Hello, hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope your day is going well. And I hope you're ready to solve some crime with me. Let me just double check. I think everything's ready. Everything's open. Pretty sure. Sal, welcome in. Welcome back. And hey, Dash. Dash, how are you doing? Breadbin? Alright. I think we good. We're gonna start over yonder before we hop into the game. Boop. I forgot this guy's still up there. Amazing. Welcome in, everybody. Emmers, how are you doing? How's y'all's Sunday or Monday, depending on where you are in the world? Hope your day's going well. I want to have a Tokyo treat. What side note? I feel like if I at least say something about it, maybe it'll go away. I am craving some boba. Craving boba. And I even thought about getting some before stream, but no place was open that has boba. No place was open before like noonish. So I was like, no. But I have coffee, so that's great. That's better, right? I'm telling myself. But how are you guys? Are you ready to solve some crime? Because we are kind of like full sprint ahead, it feels like. We're chapter 9 of 11. So the mystery will soon be solved. I'm going to be pulling off the masks on everybody. Just tugging at their faces, hoping that a mask falls off. I was thinking about some things, but I don't know if they are... I don't know if it's correct at all. Such is the life of a detective. We can get to it before we begin. Like, once we get into the game, but we have a chance to look at the notebook. I don't know. I have some thoughts. I was about to just get into it again, but no, I'll save it. So, let us open up the Tokyo Treat box. Maybe something here can soothe my craving for some boba. Why don't we start with you? See what these are. There are a lot of smaller snacks in this box. I assume this is sweet, so let's get that too. Yeah, there's a lot of like smaller treats in this box. What snack is this? Ah, okay. This is the melon pan. Probably pan. Melon pan. Crunchy and bite-sized, a melon pan cookie is what you need to break the tension during a climactic anime scene. This is perfect for today. Snack out with it during your favorite battle. I'm not sure exactly what that means. But that's fine. Here's what the treat looks like. Looks like a little loaf, kind of. And this was the packaging. Surprisingly not green screen, despite it being very green. Chibi melon bread is what it says. It's like... It's like if someone took, honeydew lemon. No, honeydew melon. What? Honeydew lemon. Is that a thing? No. What am I thinking of? Honeydew. Is honeydew lemon a thing? It is. Well, honeydew lemonade. What is Honeydew Lemon? Oh, and lol, it says Honeydew Melon. It's like if someone took a Honeydew Lemon. Melon! It's the same letters, just rearranged in a different way. If someone took Honeydew Melon, but made it a bread, that is what that snack tastes like. Side note, yet another one. Side note, I have good news, everyone. That I didn't realize. It makes sense now looking back at it, but I didn't realize this. Did you know? And most of probably the streamers here are gonna be like, "Yeah, you didn't realize that." Did you know that as long as you own a game, you can play it on an emulator and stream it? I didn't realize that. It makes sense now that I think about certain streamers that I've like watched them play some older games. But as long as you own the game, you can play it on an emulator. And so, some of these games that we've been talking about, like Professor Layton and the other Ace Attorney games that haven't been brought over to the Switch and all that stuff, we could technically play that. I just need to buy the games. Because I have a 3DS. If I just buy the games, and most of them are pretty cheap. I was looking, at least here at GameStop. You can get a lot of them used for like $10 or less, it looks like. We could play some of those. You didn't know that? Yeah, I didn't realize that either. For some reason, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think you could. But yeah, so apparently, as long as you own the game, you can stream it. Although, to be honest, I don't know what an emulator is. So, like an emulator, you can basically run the program off of your computer. So, like, you download, like, a game file, and then you have an emulator which runs these game files, called ROMs. And so basically what I guess what I'm saying is, we were talking about maybe playing some 3DS mystery games yesterday, because there are a lot of them that are on there. And the one thing I said was like basically a port of a console game to PC that isn't strictly legal. Yeah, that's fair. That is a much better way to summarize that. It isn't strictly legal. The one thing is, like, I think a lot of times they say as long as you own a copy of the game, you can technically own like a digital version of it, like you can own the ROM of it or download it and it'd still be okay. But generally they're used for more illegal activities. Anyway, we could, Nintendo is usually very anti-emulation or whatever. Though with Twitch rules, they do allow emulating games, and as long as you have like a copy of the game, is kind of what they said. Which now makes sense, because I was thinking I have seen people play like older games, and I was really wondering how they like had connected it to their computer. And I realize now that the easiest solution would have been that they're running an emulator for it, so it's already on their computer and whatnot. So, anyway, yeah, apparently that's okay. And so I was kind of thinking, because yesterday I was, I think on stream, I was like, is there a way to connect a 3DS to a computer? Like, if we can figure that out, then I could play some of these old games or whatever if I find the cartridge. Right, exactly. Yeah, and when I was looking for 3DS, how to connect a 3DS to a computer, there are ways Most of them are more expensive than I would like to get into. Some of them were like, you need to buy a modded 3DS, and then use that, or like you need to buy the components and then mod your own 3DS to do that. And I was like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work here. And then there was one other option. I think there are ways to export some of the like one of the screens also with like a connection. But anyways, while I was looking at that, I saw some articles about like Twitch and emulation and streaming and whatever, and I was like, wait, what? This is a possibility? My brother recently gave me back the Wii he borrowed, and I haven't been able to play on it yet. Ooh, love the Wii. Yeah, well, and it's funny, I was like, I also have a bunch of, I have a bunch of games on, like, the Virtual Console on both my Wii and Wii U. So I was like, ooh, like, that, if then streaming is allowed, or, I'm sorry, emulating, then it's possible. Which is a shame, because we have Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword and Lego Star Wars for it, though I am very hyped about the remaster of Skyward Sword for the Switch. I've been thinking about picking that up. I haven't actually played that one. That's one of the few Zeldas I have not played. But I think it'd be a lot of fun. I'm kind of considering picking that up. What was I gonna say? Oh, so, by the way, people who were suggesting Ace Attorney and Layton games and all of those from that series. Series, right? Professor Layton is not really a part of Ace Attorney, but there was like a crossover game, if I recall. Anyway, if you guys could maybe in the Discord, I asked for this under general gaming, but maybe people see it now. If you know the like play order of those games, you could just like post it somewhere, so that way I can start looking at which ones I need to buy, and then which ones I also need to download so that I can play on stream maybe at some point. But let's see, it's so much fun, and people complain about the controls, which is fair, but I honestly loved it. Yeah, and I think, I mean, it made sense for the time. I feel like I remember more people complaining about Link not being left-handed or something like that. I remember that at the time, but that seems like so small. It seems like such a small, unimportant detail. But I think and I don't know if this was if this was available on the Wii, but I believe for at least the remaster, they redid the controls, right? So that you can play either with motion or just on a controller, I think. I'm not sure. It's a bad design choice they made for the right reason, because most of the player base is obviously right-handed. Right. It would have been so much harder, probably, if it had been swapped. I don't know. I mean, I guess, or you could have made the nunchuck that, but that feels like that would have been even harder. Because, I mean, I guess if it was on your left hand, all you have to do maybe is swing. Wait, no, did the nunchuck also have motion? Or is it just... It's been so long since I've played on the Wii. Did the nunchuck have motion? No, it didn't have as precise motion direction as the remote. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was about to say, or you could do, like, you could have had it on the left hand and it just be almost dedicated to slicing, because you're pretty much just doing, slice directions. But the nunchuck has the joystick, so that would have been weird to be swiping and also moving that. Could detect motion but not the direction. Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Now looking back, that does make sense that's how that works. But I'm very curious about any more Zelda announcements this next week, I guess. So hyped for the new Skyward Sword. It'll be fun. I know, Emmers, you're a big Zelda fan. You've played a Zelda game or two. So that does make sense. While we continue talking, I'm gonna have another little candy. This is called Chibi Maru Choco. Senpai isn't noticing you? Bruh, me too. Chibi Maru Choco with help get over the pain. Will help get over the pain. That's what it should be. Sweet, cute, and chocolatey. They are the cure for the chocoholic's heartbreak. Senpai notice. I think E3 is in... Is E3? Well, the Nintendo Direct is on the 15th, so about 10 days. 9-10 days. Is the game coming out July 16th? Is that... Which one are you... What are you guys talking about? The Joy-Cons are 100 times better than the Wiimotes ever were? Yeah, for sure. The game is coming in July. Okay. Emmers, did you end up getting the controller? Question mark? By the way, this is the snack. It comes in a little bag. You can already see there's it looks like just 2 M&Ms in this little package. I'm totally not a nerd. Oh, you did? Okay. I'm actually trying, regardless, I got all of it. Regardless of if I get the game or not, I really want the amiibo. I think the amiibo looks all of it. Looks great. Here's this little M&M chocolate looking thing. I mean, I assume it's just gonna taste like chocolate. These are M&Ms. These are M&Ms. I did not. I did not get one in time. I think I looked like the next day and they were pretty much all gone. So they went out pretty fast, but what was I gonna say? Oh, I have a few like stock alerts for them. So I have a few stock alerts set up. So hopefully I'll get a notification at some point. I'm sure they'll eventually restock. I just think they look cool. I keep alerts for their pre-orders opening up. Nice. Yeah. I think I have them set up. So hopefully if they do, I'll get another and it'll be good. But I'm curious what else they're going to announce. I know I've said that before, but I am. I'm so excited for more things. I want to know what Nintendo has planned for the next year. And also, specifically, I'm really hoping that there's going to be some kind of Animal Crossing stuff. It should, right? I mean, Animal Crossing was probably one of their best-selling games of last year. How close do you follow tweets? I have a tweeter. Is there like a stock Twitter account? Yeah, people are really hyped for some ACNA issues. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. I'm really hoping, specifically, I really want some Zelda tie-in stuff. Even if they give us, I will be happy even if they just give us one of those, kind of one of the, when they announced Mario things and they were just like, hey, Zelda, Mario stuff coming out in like 5 months. I would honestly be kind of okay with that. I'm sure they would probably do something like that. Because I bet they need to resell amiibo cards and stuff. I am not among those people. Oh no. There is a Twitter called Amiibo Alerts, and they are pretty good with announcements on Amiibos. Ooh, let me see. Wait, do they announce new ones or just pre-orders? Let me see. I bet I can answer that question just by pulling it up. Oh, interesting. What song is this? Is this from Sonic? I think so. It sounds really familiar. They also do alerts for restocks. Okay, I'll give them a follow. Oh, yeah, I see. Neat. Okay, yeah, I'll give them a follow. I also have, like, I use Now in Stock. In Stock Now. One of those, so. Because every time they announced it was stocked, it was sold out in less than 10 minutes. Yeah. That seems about right. I mean, I honestly just want it because it looks like a cool amiibo. So I'm not, like, in a rush to get it, but I think it just looks really cool. So, I don't know. For sure. And I know, Ember, since I know that you're a big Phoenix Wright head, if you can find me the play order of all of the games, including well, I guess it's just the Ace Attorney series that we've been talking about, right? Just so I know what I need to look for and what order I need to play them in and stuff. So that way I can maybe get a hold of some of these 3DS cartridges. Because that'd be lovely. Okay. So I think, well, I'll have this one last snack and then we will begin. This is called Lucky Cat Candy. Bring a little snack magic to your anime snack fest. This candy changes colors as you enjoy it, and the color reflects your fortune. Red is lucky, yellow is normal, and green as well, you know. I assume this is like a gobstopper. Burnsy! Welcome in. How are you? Yeah, this looks, I mean, I assume this is a gobstopper type of situation, if you guys know what those are. So you can play them in order of release date, but I'll make a list for you since there are some games that were never released in the West and some that are like a side story of another character. Okay. And this is a dumb question. Professor Layton is a separate series, correct? Is that correct? Okay. They just had one crossover, and it was amazing? Okay. I'd like to play some Professor Layton as well. But I just need to get a hold of some cartridges. I've been enjoying our mysteries. All of our mystery games. So funny because the art style is so different. Oh yeah, the two crossovers, yeah. Like Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton are very different art styles. How are these supposed to tell your fortune? It's very tasty though. It's actually less gobstoppery, but I think it's the same concept. Gobstoppers are more like chalkier candy than this. This is more of just like a lollipop that it does not have a stick. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Anyway, that revelation was probably the biggest thing. I was just like, ooh, that means we can play some of these games. Because I'm sure they'll bring a lot of them over to the Switch. If these are continually selling well. But I'm sure it'll take a while. So we can, like, at least progress a bit. I think it'll be fun. And that way we have plenty of mysteries to experience. So that'll be fun. I'm surprised they haven't brought more over, TBH. Like from the 3DS. Granted, I'm sure a lot of them have like functionality stuff that needs to be changed. Since you're only playing on one screen, maybe, but I wonder how they're gonna do that. Gilmore, welcome in. We are going to be starting our game here shortly. Wait. Yeah, that's been the background we've been using this entire time, right? Yeah. Oh, I think it's because it changed from, like, it gets a little bit darker and then it goes back. It looked different for me. How are you doing this Sunday? Just trying to finish this candy before we begin. I don't want to... I feel like I'm going to choke if I try to read out all of the text and have this candy in my mouth. All the Ace Attorney games play the same, so it's probably just a matter of updating graphics and such. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine that takes a while too. Head off. Nice chatting with you guys. Have a great stream. So, alright, you have a good one. Have a great day. Getting the first 3 for that price is definitely a bargain. Yeah. I was hoping... I checked to see... I can't remember who said... that one was on sale currently for them, but I think it's only on the UK store. It is not on sale. Not on sale here in the US. Sag. But yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal for sure. You still don't have your Tokyo Treats box? Burnsy, what? Where is it? I'm surprised I got mine so much faster than yours. And I live in Alaska. I need to try, it comes with a, Funimation, thing. Like, 1 month free trial, so I'm excited about this. Oh, wait, I forgot all about this? What? About what? This candy's pretty good. I think... Is this supposed to be like... Because this one's yellow. Maybe there isn't... Maybe it doesn't change colors. I thought it was red at first, but maybe that was just the purple going away. The 4th game after Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, came to iOS and Android. I think I maybe played that for a little bit, like not very long, because I wanted to say I had played some Ace Attorney at some point. I tried it out, but I couldn't remember if it was a 3DS demo or something, but that sounds kind of familiar. Apollo Justice. Maybe? I don't know. Fun fact. Apollo Justice almost was called Apollo Swift, apparently. That's what Google tells me. I know nothing of Apollo Justice except for that now. Was he going to be related to Taylor Swift? We don't know. That's probably on the cutting room floor somewhere. The Taylor Swift tie-in. Okay. I'm almost done with this candy, and then we'll begin. I'm trying not to bite down on it, because I don't want to, like, just destroy all of my teeth. But... Oh, so, question. So there was no Switch Pro announced this past week. So do we assume that that was a complete lie? Or is that still something that's happening? I honestly don't know. Same. Oh! Here's a question that I had. Have you guys played Detective Pikachu? How is that? If anybody has played it, is it good? Would that be something if I got a cartridge of it? Is that something that'd be fun to play? You have not played that. I feel like they would save a juicy review like that for E3. It does make sense, though. It's interesting because they did mention in their direct announcement, they were like, this will be a direct showcasing software being released in 2021. So I thought it was interesting that they announced it that way, but so I don't know. Maybe it was just about time for the yearly rumor. Watched the film, didn't play the game. If I understand, isn't it kind of like Professor Layton-ish? I'm not seeing any gameplay. Wait. I don't know. Just something to think about. Okay, I finished the candy. Let us switch over to the game. My water bottle's in frame. Keep it over there. Josh decided that the desk is now her bed. Has she just been sleeping on your desk? / probably every time you're using it? Chash, what are you doing? Oops. Oh, you know what? How about we do this? The initials. So now I have to have the keyboard off to the side where my mouse is. What? Is she sleeping there right now, like while you're at the computer? She just thinks you're streaming now every time. What? She just wants attention. Okay, we're gonna let this go, and then I'll read it out loud. Chash, what are you doing? Unbelievable.
その内田と五郎は共に30代。また、浦部の知り合いらしき男も30代だと見られている。そして、陽子が残した
She doesn't want attention. She just wants to be in the way.
という言葉の意味は一体
That's kind of hilarious. But I understand. That's her way of that's her way of getting attention. She doesn't want to be touched or anything. She just wants to know that she's inconveniencing somebody else. The ultimate way to get attention. Okay, Yoko might have learned the truth behind the Kaneda case while investigating the rumor of the girl who stands behind. This may have led to her murder by the same perpetrator. Is Shinobu's childhood friend Uchida connected to Teruhiko Uchida? I have a feeling the answer to that question is yes. If not, it's going to be an awful lead. Both Uchida and Goro are in their 30s. Urabe's strange acquaintance is probably that age as well. And what about Yoko's words? Shinobu is still somewhere in Ushimitsu High School. What does that mean? Okay, once we get in. So this chapter is called The Initials. Ayumi? But hold on, before we hop in. So 15 years ago, she's 31. Uh-oh, Hibino. Okay, so we haven't really met. Okay, so one, I would say, I think my hypothesis right now is that Shinobu Asakawa is currently in the walls of the school. She was buried, alive or dead. She was hidden in the walls of the school, probably in the old school building. Why is there a ghost, though? Is it actually a ghost? Maybe. I don't think we know the rules of this universe yet. Like, the missing heir had some, like, uh-oh, there's a ghost that's arisen, and it's haunting people, but it didn't end up being a ghost. So we don't... there's no previous... evidence for this world being haunted or that there are ghosts. So I don't know. I don't know why people have been seeing people, supposedly. But my guess, I mean, so it could actually be a ghost thing. But I believe that Shinobu is probably buried somewhere in the walls. Or if she is somehow alive, we have not met her. It's not going to be a somehow she is alive and she has taken on another name at this point, because no one seems to know where she is. No one, like, no one has said they've seen her. Nothing. Now, as for who killed Yoko, it's a very good question. People who seem weird to me, or like who are kind of on my suspect list, I'm going to say, I mean, obviously Urabe is kind of like a weird case, right? He's this, everyone speaks well of him, but apparently he's been hanging around with this shady, strange man. So that makes him a little suspicious. Plus, he's almost like too good, but that could be like a red herring, right? I will say, I think Hibino is also a little suspicious. I think we need to know more about him. They've kind of, he hasn't really been like I mean, okay, he's the same age as Shinobu Asakawa. And okay, yeah, we don't really know anything about him. He does know about the Kaneda case, but doesn't want to talk about it. Also hates to hear about the rumor of the girl who stands behind. Also, he was at. I mean, they always say. The criminal returns to the scene of the crime, or something. And he was there when we discovered the body. Or I mean, he showed up, anyways. But again, like, I don't know. We don't know Goro, so it's kind of hard to judge him yet. I guess we're probably gonna soon meet this other Uchida. So maybe that'll be something there, but I don't know. It'd be weird to introduce the killer kind of towards the end. We know it's probably not the janitor, because he was kind of already ruled out as a suspect. This would be a twist if it was Hayama, or somehow she was involved more than what she said. Maybe she's lying about how she was there, or I don't know. She's a child. But she's technically 1 year older than Shinobu, I think. I don't think Mizuno is anything. And then we need to learn more about the strange man. But I don't know. Maybe she's not... Well, Yoko's dead, but maybe Shinobu isn't dead. I don't know. Anyway. Or maybe we just think... Maybe we just think Yoko's mom... Where is she? Maybe we just think her mom is old. What if her mom is actually Shinobu, but just has aged rapidly? I don't know. Just something to think about. Something to consider. Ayumi? By the way, this seems like an odd moment, so we'll see. Oh.
よかった。待ってたのよ。
It was weird that she was just kind of staring off, and there's also no music aside from a ticking clock. There you are. I was waiting for you.
忍さんの友達から話は聞けた?
Were you able to learn anything from Shinobu's friend?
実は陽子さんがその家を訪ねていたらしいんだ。
Yes, apparently Yoko visited her.
陽子が?
She did?
そして帰り際にこんなことを言ったらしいよ。
And when she left, she said,
忍さんは今でもきっと牛光高校のある場所にいます。
Shinobu is still somewhere in Ushimitsu High School. Nani? About Yoko.
どういう意味なのかしら?
What did she mean?
他に何か分かったの?
Have you learned anything
忍
new?
さんには内田という幼馴染がいたそうなんだ。
Shinobu had a childhood friend called Uchida.
内田って金田事件の容疑者と同じ名前じゃない。
Uchida? That's the name of the suspect in the Kaneda case.
事件と関わっているかはまだわからないんだ。
It's still not clear if the two are connected, which is technically true, but we know. Also, I need to move my camera. I'm in the way. I'm in the way! Boop. Up there. By the way, there's the tiger picture, cat picture, whatever that's right over there. Let's put me right here. Just nothing to add about Uchida. Okay. Nothing to think. So, whoops. The art room is glowing from the sunset.
あゆみちゃん なんかいつもと様子が違う。
Ayumi seems different today. Uh-oh, is she a ghost?
湖をバックに虎が立っている。これが彼女の言う芸術なのか？
Dang, Jet. Just dragging that art student. A tiger in front of a lake. I guess this is what she calls art?
校内写生コンクールのお知らせだ。審査委員長は駒田先生か。
It's a poster for the school sketch competition. It says that Komada is a judge.
デッサン用の彫像だ。
Sculpture for sketch practice. I think I remember looking at that. Let's see if we can look at this again.
そうそう、その絵のことが気になって陽子のお母さんに会いに行ったの。それで
Oh yeah, and I went to see Yoko's mom to ask about this drawing, and then...
陽子と忍さんがいとこ同士だってことが分かったの。
Wait. It turns out that Yoko and Shinobu were cousins?
いとこ？
Cousins?
でも陽子さんのお母さんは金田事件を知らない様子だったよね。
Cousins? But Yoko's mom said she didn't know about the Kaneda incident.
それが何かの事情で親戚付き合いがなかったらしくって、
She said they became estranged for some reason.
忍さんが金田事件に関わっていたことをお母さんは知らなかったんですって。
So she didn't know that Shinobu was involved in the Kaneda
だ
case.
からそれ以上の話は聞けなかったわ。
I didn't want to pry much further. Yeah, they do look incredibly similar. That's why I was like, when we were looking at that sketch, I was like, is that Yoko? Is that Shinobu? I'm not sure, but I think I ended up being right that it was Shinobu. Okay, well that's an interesting twist. That's a late announcement. Yoko and Shinobu were cousins. Is that the last bit? Yep. Huh. So her mom didn't mention this at all. Interesting. That's interesting.
あゆみちゃん、何かあったの？
Ayumi, is something wrong?
ちょっとね。
Really? It's nothing.
ちょっとって感じじゃないけど。
It doesn't seem like nothing. Um...
忍さん、いとこの陽子に助けを求めて夢の中へ現れたのかもしれないね。
Is it possible that Shinobu tried to ask for help in Yoko's dream?
いとこ同士だったら二人が似ていても不思議はないけど、
Now we know why Yoko and Shinobu look alike.
鏡の前で見た陽子はあの絵そっくりだったわ。
When I saw Yoko in front of the mirror, she looked exactly like this drawing. Which also makes sense what I think Ayumi brought up last time, which is that... Right? I think Ayumi brought this up. Something about how perhaps the killer killed Yoko because she looks so similar to Shinobu. Almost as if they were seeing a ghost, maybe, but it wasn't. It was Yoko. Because that would be haunting if you had killed Shinobu and then 15 years later or whatever, however much time has passed, you see her again and she looks exactly the same.
陽子に忍さんの魂が乗り移ったみたいに。
As if Yoko's soul was possessed by Shinobu.
魂が乗り移る。
Possessed? Nothing? Okay.
魂が乗り移るなんてことは あるんだろうか。
Is that even possible, being possessed by someone?
バカバカしいと思われちゃうかもしれないけど、
I know it
私は
sounds
そう思う。
ridiculous, but it kind of makes
そう
sense.
すれば陽子が残した言葉の意味がわかるような気がするの。
Think of it this way. If she was possessed, then what Yoko said suddenly makes sense.
それは
What do you mean?
あの時陽子自分のことを
Maybe Yoko was trying to say
後
that
ろの少女、つまり忍さんだって言おうとしたんじゃないかしら。
she's the girl who stands behind, meaning she is Shinobu.
ん？なんじゃ来とったんか。桂木くんに話は聞けたか？
Oh, I didn't know you two were here. Avocado, where were you able to talk to? Were you able to talk to Miss Katsuragi?
はい、ありがとうございました。
Yes, thanks again for the
そ
introduction.
れで先生、実は陽子さんも桂木さんのお宅を訪ねてたんです。
Actually, Mr. Kamada, I found out that Yoko also visited Mrs. Katsuragi.
何？小島が桂木くんを？
Nani? What? Really? Kojima went to see her?
陽子さんにあの絵の話をしたんですか？
Did you tell Yoko about the drawing?
いや、しとらん。そんなことがあったらお前さんに話しとるばい。
No, never. I would have told you if I did.
小島はどうやって桂木くんのことを知ったんじゃろう。
How did Kojima find out about Miss Katsuragi?
橘も少しは元気になってきたようじゃな。
Tachibana, you seem like you're doing better today.
はい、おかげさまでありがとうございます。
I guess so. Thanks for noticing.
ねえ、私ひとみちゃんを探してくる。
Jet, I'm gonna go look for Hitomi.
ひとみちゃん、何かあったの？
Why? Did something happen to him?
今思い出したんだけど、ひとみちゃんの様子がおかしかったらしいの。
I just remembered he was acting strange today.
いつもよりさらにおかしいってことなのかな？
Stranger than usual?
多分まだ学校のどこかにいると思うから様子を見てくるね。
I think he's still around here somewhere, so I'll go check on him.
ひとみちゃんって誰じゃね？
Who is Hitomi?
眉毛のないごっつい男の子ですが、可愛いひとみって名前なんです。
Hitomi Kawaii. He has a manly face and no eyebrows.
知らんのそんな生徒は。
That doesn't ring a bell. Hilarious. Let's see if there's anything else.
相変わらず生徒だ。
Students keep talking about the rumor.
あれが浅川忍を描いた絵じゃったとは。
Completely forgot that was a drawing of
そういうこ
Shinobu.
とを早く思い出せと言いたいんじゃろ君は。
I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I remember earlier, right? Maybe. Oh, that's it?
わしはあの絵に見慣れてしまっておるからの。そのせいで思い出せなかったんじゃよきっと。
Well, it's been there for years. That's probably why I couldn't remember.
金田事件の後、内田という男子生徒が転校したそうですが。
I heard that after the Kaneda incident, a student named Uchida moved out of town.
内田といえば確か事件の容疑者の名字じゃったな。
Uchida, the same name as the suspect.
その生徒は浅川忍の幼なじみだそうです。
Yes, it seems that he was a childhood friend of Shinobu.
つまり当時ここに内田という生徒がおったんじゃな。しかもその子は浅川忍の幼なじみなのじゃと。
You're saying there was a student named Uchida here when the incident happened, and he was a friend of Shinobu's?
内田という男子生徒に心当たりはないの。
I don't recall any male student named Uchida.
何かあったかの。
What else can I tell you? I guess that's it.
なんじゃ？
Nanja. Okay, I guess we head to the old school building? I think that's
こり
where
ゃ
we
ま
meet.
たんか。まだ話の途中じゃろうが。
Hold on a second, we're not done talking. Okay. Should I look at the picture again?
忍の肖像
Okay, no.
小島はどうやって立花も少しは元気にな相変わらずわしはあの絵に見慣れてしま珍しい名字じゃないから余計見当がつかんが
It's a common name, so it's harder to remember a specific student.
そんな目で見られても思い出せんわい
Don't stare at me like that. It's not helping.
そうじゃ校長ならご存知かもしれんぞ
That's right. The principal might know
校
something.
長は生徒のことを実によく覚えてらっしゃるきっとご存知じゃ
He remembers every detail about his students. He'd know.
そうなんですね
That's great.
じゃが惜しいことに校
Unfortunately,
長は出張中じゃ
he's on a business trip. Okay, everybody here goes on business trips or they're never available. The teachers, whenever we really need to see them, they're always gone.
校長ならきっとご存知じゃその内田という生徒のことを
The principal should know about the old student named Uchida.
じゃが出張中ではどうしようもないの
But there's nothing you can do until he gets back from his business trip.
出張中では何かあったかの
Okay. Let me double
何
check
かし
before he gets mad at me for wanting to walk away.
わしはあの相変わらず立花も少しは小島はどう
Okay. I think now that we can walk away.
ちょっと失礼します
There you go. Excuse me for a moment. Guys, we need to check. We need to bust that wall
ひとみ
open.
ちゃんいないな何があったんだろ
I can't find Hitomi. What happened to him?
うそばには誰も田崎が塗った壁だ
It's the wall that Tazaki plastered.
ひとみちゃんそのひとみちゃんってのは妖精
Hitomi! Stop calling me like
と言っ
that,
て出てこないかな
is what he would say.
ひとみちゃんの様子がおかしかったって昨日のことで落ち込んでるのかな
Hitomi was acting strange? Is he feeling down because of what happened yesterday?
人影はないひとみちゃんの様子がおかしかったって人影はない
Okay. Mr. Soul Creek, welcome. It was the housemaid.
生徒がいる
Well, this has
例
become.
の男について何か聞けるかもしれない
There's a student. I wonder if she knows something about the strange man. Mr. Soul Creek, how are you doing? How goes it? Okay, let's call/engage the student.
何
Nani? Hello? Huh?
あの変な男のことでしょあいつ私たち女性とからかったりしてるのよ
Oh, you're talking about that weirdo? He's the worst. He likes to tease female students.
実に
Hey.
けしからんやからだね
That's the mature student. Played some Apex. It could be that I am the worst Apex player. No! Gilmore, you're gonna make cake? Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. By the way, happy early birthday. Your birthday's tomorrow. I remember there was like a stream a while back where we were like, I said, everyone, tell me your birthdays and I'll put them into my calendar. I got a notification that your birthday's tomorrow. If you get on Animal Crossing or something, we have to all do something. Mr. Soul Creek, how did it go? I doubt you are the worst. I doubt you're the worst. The mature student is back, and he says, "That's not cool." Oh, he's gone.
びっくりした。
Wow, he startled me.
今日は見かけなかったけど、今度現れたら探偵くんやっつけちゃってよ。
I haven't seen him today, but next time he comes around, you should beat him up.
それは探偵の仕事じゃない。
That's not what detectives do. Anything else about the man?
あの男何しに来るのかしら。
I wonder why he comes around here.
犯人はまだ捕まんないの？
Is the killer still on the loose?
まあ小説とかドラマみたいにはいかないか。
Well, maybe things don't go as smoothly as in a novel or TV series.
学校で何かあったの？あゆみちゃんの様子が気になったんだけど。
Did something happen at school? I'm worried about Ayumi.
へえ、さすが探偵くん、気がついたのね。
So you noticed. Wow, you really are a detective. Hold on. FYI, wishing an early birthday is equal to wishing someone eternal bad luck until that even leads to death? In German culture? Wait, what? 3 hours, 0 wins, maybe 5 kills. Good, good thing we're not German. Wait, why? Happy early birthday. Interesting. What? Oh, probably until that eventually leads to death. Oh no, Mr. Soul Creek. It's okay, though. Sometimes you just have those days. Sometimes you just have those days. Who are you playing as, by the way? Question mark. I don't really know. Maybe it is like a don't praise the day before the evening kind of thing. Interesting. That's always an interesting. Wishing early birthday. Germany. Interesting. Glarbach, welcome. Pathfinder in Bangalore, nice. Pathfinder's pretty fun. How you living? Going pretty good. We just started a little bit ago. But I got sidetracked real quick because we just learned that apparently wishing happy birthday early in Germany is bad luck, and I want to know why. Interesting. I want to know why. I see an article that said, yeah, it's bad luck in Germany, and I want to know why. Oh. Interesting. I guess I don't know. It just seems I'm seeing a lot of. It's just a thing. It's just a thing that we do. Okay, so Glarbach and anybody else new stepping in. We started not too long ago. There's one major revelation that has come about. That somehow is yet another thing that someone is not mentioning until this point. It's that Yoko, the girl who was dead at the beginning of this game, present day, is cousins with Shinobu Asakawa, the girl who went missing 16 years ago, who apparently has been a ghost roaming the halls of the school. And, yeah, we didn't know that until now. Even her mom, Yoko's mom, didn't mention it until I guess we learned that their family, the Kojimas, are kind of estranged from the Asakawa family, and didn't know, even though they had heard of the Genjiro Kaneda incident, they did not know that Shinobu Asakawa was involved. So when we asked the mom at the beginning of the game about if she had heard of the incident, I think she said that she knew about it, but like she'd heard of it, but didn't know anything about it. But we did learn that these two are cousins, which makes sense why they look so similar. But also, a lot of people have said, "Oh, before Yoko died, she was acting really weird, and she actually, a lot of people have been saying that she looked exactly like this portrait of Shinobu, and the reason why is because they're related, they're cousins." Let's see, but that birthday superstition led to a nice tradition of celebrating into a birthday. So midnight is basically like a New Year's countdown, so that everyone finally is allowed to wish you happy birthday. That is, that is really nice. A big celebration on that day. That is pretty nice. But yeah, sorry Gilmore, I was not trying to wish you bad luck. But now I know. Also, if I ever learn Mr. Soul Creek's birthday, I know not to wish him a happy birthday before that, but only on that day. I wonder how it works with time zones. How does that work? Anyway, so you notice, wow, you really are a detective.
実は彼女最近いつも誰かに見られているような気がするんだって。
Clue. She said she feels like someone's watching her recently. It's the 10th of February. Okay, I'm going to put that in the calendar. That is the day that I moved to Alaska. Or that I arrived in Alaska. Mr. Hold on. All of every birthday from Twitch that I have, the event is called Wish so and so happy birthday. Wish Mr. Soul Creek a happy birthday. But not an early birthday. Lol. Great. So you're now in my calendar. All right. She said she feels like someone's watching her recently.
だって
Nandate? What?
多分気のせいだって言ってたけど、結構気にしてたわよ彼女。
She says it's probably just her imagination, but she looked pretty concerned to me. Why isn't Ayumi telling us this? Yeah, you should be. Yeah, you should be ahead of me. So by the time it's your birthday here, your birthday will have already started. But it notifies me the day before, typically for most events. So, all right.
あゆみのこと。
それはもちろんだけど
You're worried about Ayumi, aren't you? Well, I am, but
みんないろいろと噂してるよ。
there's so many rumors about it. About the ghost. About Uchida.
誰なのそれって。
Who is that?
ひとみちゃんの様子がおかしかったらしいけど何か知ってる
He told me he was acting strange. Do you have any idea why?
あの人の様子がおかしいのはいつものことよ。
He's always strange.
そうだね
Good point.
探偵くん頑張ってるんだ。
Oh, thanks. Mr. Detective, you're doing a great job. Thanks.
かわいそうよね。
I feel so bad for her. Okay. I don't know if she has anything else. I'll run through the
あ
first
の
ones
男
just in case.
犯人早く。
I hope they find the killer soon. Okay, and I don't think there was anything more after that. Now let's
し
go.
っかり歩みを守ってあげなさいよ探偵くん。
Oh my gosh. You
Damn
better
it.
treat her
Bye
right,
bye.
Mr. Detective. Okay, see ya. Ridiculous.
ひとみちゃんいないな
Can't find Hitomi.
人影は
I guess we go to the art room.
人影はそばに渡る人影は
Okay. Back to the art room.
田先生どこへ行ったんだろ
Where is Komada?
戻ってきとったんか。
Oh, you're back.
う。先生どこへ行ってたんですか？
Mr. Komada, where were you?
誰かに呼ばれたような気がしたもんで、
Oh my
ちょい
gosh.
とあたりを調べとったんじゃよ。
Oh my gosh.
空耳じゃろか。
I thought I heard someone call me, so I was looking around. But I guess I was wrong. Ah! Say what now?
君、一度職員室を覗いてきてはどうじゃ。
Avocado, why don't you try the faculty lounge?
何かあったんですか？
Did something happen?
さっき生徒から聞いた話なのじゃが、後ろの少女のことで先生方までが騒ぎ始めたらしいんじゃ。
I heard this from a student, but it sounds like teachers have begun talking about the girl who stands behind too.
先生方まで。
Teachers too? Hold on. Before we go on, I just have a thought. I just want to look at something. Okay. I was just curious. I was curious if, I don't know why this would necessarily be a thing, but I was trying to see what colors eyes everyone had. And Hayama's is red. I was like, is that close to purple? I assume Kojima and Asakawa have, if not the same color eyes, probably they are the same since they're cousins, but also, I don't know. We have never seen a colored photo of her. But everyone says that Yoko looks a lot like her, so I'm assuming they're the same. One, I realized most of the women either have like blue or purple eyes. She has like reddish eyes. But could they pass as... No. Her hair color is pretty different. Maybe she could wear a wig. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there was anybody who could be impersonating Shinobu. Another impersonator. Somebody doing that. Anyway. Alright. Okay. Faculty lounge.
ちょっと失礼します。
Excuse me for a moment. I guess contacts exist.
失礼します。
Hello.
ああ、君でしたか。
Oh, Avocado, it's you. Hi.
また後ろの少女ですか。よしましょう。そんなバカな話は。
You too? Stop talking about the girl who stands behind. It's a ridiculous rumor.
はい。すみません。
Of course. My apologies.
校長は今朝から出張に出られました。2、3日は戻ってこられないご様子ですよ。
The principal's on a business trip. I think he won't be back for another couple of days. Where does the principal go for a business trip?
何かありましたかね。
For multiple days. I'm trying to think if there was anything.
葉山先生に用ですか。今はちょっと無理だと思いますよ。
Are you looking for Miss Hayama? She's not available at the moment.
無理ってどういうことだろう。
What does he mean?
ここにはいない。
もうお帰り。
He probably left already.
帰られるときは大抵声をかけて行かれるんですが。
He usually lets us know when he leaves, but there's still something wrong with
私と入れ
Hibino.
違いに慌てて出て行かれたんですよ。何かあったんですかな。
She rushed out just as I came back. I guess I had something urgent to attend to.
そうですか。
I see.
ずいぶん慌てておられましたね。よほど大変なことみたいですよ。
She was in such a hurry. It must have been important.
Hmm. 嫌な予感がしますね。なんと
I
な
have a
し。
bad feeling about it.
最
Interesting.
近何かと。
Urabe seems busy.
あ、一つ思い出しましたよ。
Oh,
でも
I remember something. But
事件には関係のないことですわ。何だと思います？
I don't think it has to do with the incident. Do you want to guess? Is it about Hibino? Is it about Principal Urabe? Is it about the girl who stands behind? He probably doesn't want to talk about the girl who stands behind. Is it about Hibino?
日々の先生のことですか？
Is it about Mr. Hibino?
残念、外れです。
No, incorrect.
浦部校長が最近家を手放されたって話を聞いただけなんですわ。
Principal Urabe recently sold his house.
校長が家を？
Urabe sold his house?
何か事情が終わりなんでしょう。でも
I assume there's a good reason, but
どうされたんでしょうね、急に。
I wonder what it was. It seems so sudden. That is interesting. Why would he sell his house? Does he owe money and therefore... Look at how short all of these little notes are. Backed up to Zaki's alibi. Respected by both teachers and students alike for being a talented educator, spotted by Jet in town with a strange man, believed Tazaki and backed up his false alibi. Someone who is obviously adored by people around him, seems to know the strange man, supposedly out on a business trip, won't be back for a while. Recently sold his house. All weird things. Again, I kind of think they're making him out to be more suspicious than he is. It could be... Like, what if he's paying... Maybe the strange man belongs to the accuser as a loan shark or something. And that... Because we've mentioned loan sharks before. And then maybe he sold his house in order to pay for some kind of loan. Or... But I don't know if maybe he didn't borrow the money. Maybe it's somebody else's money. Like, maybe it's Tazaki's loan, for all we know. But there is also the fact that he was there the night that Asakawa went missing. He was at the school. I don't know. I feel like they're making him out to be so suspicious that I think it's the opposite. I think he is innocent. I feel like Hibino... We're going to learn something about Hibino pretty soon. Okay, is there anything else, sir,
そろ
that you
そ
have for me?
ろ話題はつきましたかな。
Now we're out of stuff to talk about. Okay. I guess I'll go away.
私、あなたに嘘をついてました。申し訳ありません。
Avocado, I lied to you. I'm sorry. What?
後ろの少女のことです。
About the girl who stands behind.
我々教師までもが恐ろしい目に遭い始めたというのは本当です。
It's true that us teachers are starting to experience something terrifying. Nani?
教師がこんな馬鹿げたことを言うなんてどうしても許せなかったんですが。
As a teacher, I don't want to sound insane, but I heard it myself.
気味の悪いうめき声を。
A spooky groan.
それだけあなたに言っておきたかったんです。引き止めてすみませんでした。
I just thought you should know. Sorry for keeping it from you.
情けない話ですが、一人になるのが怖いんです。
It's pathetic, but I'm scared of being alone.
じゃあ、私も
Okay.
帰ります。ここは戸締まりしておきますよ。
I'm gonna lock up and take off.
おお、君か。戻ってきたんか。
Oh, it's you again.
職員室に行って話を聞いてみたんですが、
I went to the faculty lounge to ask some
先生
questions.
方も奇妙な出来事に遭っているというのは、
It seems like the teachers are also experiencing strange things.
そうか。噂は本当だったようじゃの。
I see. So the rumor is true.
はい。
Yes.
あ、それと今日葉山先生に何かあったんですか？
Oh, and did something happen to Miss Hayama?
ん？いや、わしは知らんぞ。
I'm not sure.
何も聞いとらんが。
Haven't heard anything.
やけに気味の悪い話になってきたの。
Things are getting real creepy.
校長が家を手放されたそうですね。
I heard that the principal sold his place.
らしいの。
I heard that too.
事情に心当たりはありますか？
Do you know why?
教師たちはお金がいることでもあったんだろうと言っとったが。
Other teachers are saying he needed money, but
何か事情があるんじゃろうな。
he must have a good reason.
まあ校長の家は一人で住むには広すぎたのじゃろう。とはいえ、なぜまた急に。
Maybe his place was too big for him to live alone, but I wonder, why do it now?
一人？
Alone?
Oh, did I say hi to everyone yet? I've been lurking for almost an hour, lol.
Runner, welcome in. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you for those bits. I appreciate it. How's it going? Let me see. Is there anything?
校長は一人暮らしなんじゃよ。
Urabe lives all by himself.
いちいち、と驚くんじゃないよ、大げさな。よし、校長の話をしてやる。
Don't look shocked all the time. You're being dramatic. Okay. I'll tell you what I know about the principal. I don't know why we're so shocked because we really don't know anything about him. Like, there was no indication that he didn't live alone, if that makes sense. Right? He's never mentioned being married or anything.
正さんは若い頃に奥さんを亡くされたんじゃ。
Maybe he did? I don't remember. Tadashi, I guess that's his name. Tadashi lost his wife a long time ago.
正さん。
Tadashi?
浦部正。校長の名前じゃ。
Tadashi Urabe, that's his full name.
もう30年以上も前の話じゃ。
It's been over 30 years now.
その頃、わしと同じ一教師だった正さんは念願の子供を授かったんじゃ。
I think we're about to learn something. Back then, Tadashi was a regular teacher just like me. One day, his wife became pregnant.
ところが、心臓の弱かった奥さんは出産に耐えられず。
But she had a heart condition that created complications during labor.
赤ちゃんも助からなかったわけですね。
Neither she nor the baby made it.
じゃと思うが。
I think that's what happened.
校長が人一倍生徒を思いやるのはそれが理由なのかもしれんの。
That's probably why the principal cares so much about students.
校長は立派な方じゃぞ。教育者の鏡じゃ。
He's a remarkable person. He's the epitome of a good teacher.
教育者の
He's been living alone after his wife died young. 30 years ago. He would have been 27. Okay, here's the thing though. 30 years, you say. 30 years ago, had a baby. Maybe. Unconfirmed whether or not the baby is alive or dead. Because, Komada he says, I think that's what happened, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know. If the baby survived, that would make them 15. Wait, no. That'd make them 30, right? Dang it. I was like, wait, haha! No, but that'd make them 30. That's how math works. That's how math works. Do we know anybody who's like 30-ish? Well, Hayama, but that seems weird. Well, oh, wait. Yes, thank you. I think that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you, Mr. Soul Creek, for being able to, oh gosh, dropping the controller. For knowing my thoughts before I know them. Yes, that's what I mean. They would have been 15 at the time of, like, the incident, but 30 now. And all of them are, I mean, like, a lot of these main players are by main players, I mean people who are maybe on my suspicious list, are all in their 30s. It is possible. What if he felt like he could not take care of the child or something and they were adopted, or stayed with another family member and they took their other name, or... Did it say... It just said baby, right? Whoops. Neither she nor the baby made it. Right. Huh. So it could have been a boy or a girl. Ryoko's the only one who's exactly 30. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. This music makes me feel very, detective-y. Yes. Crimes. We're gonna find out all of these people are cousins. Everybody. Everybody's related to everyone. Hold on, let's review the rumor again. The ghost that has been rumored for about for years at Ushimitsu High School. Rumors about this ghost began about 15 years ago. Was the female student who went missing around that same time was the female student who went missing around that time, same time the origin of this rumor. Origin of this rumor is Shinobu Asakawa, a female student who got caught up in the Kaneda incident and was murdered. Rumor has it that she reappeared as the girl who stands behind, apparently stood there in her sailor uniform, covered in blood. Even the teachers started to fear her. So he was 27 at the time of the incident. Okay. Alright. Let's continue. Anything else for me? He's an epitome of a great teacher. Whose alibi did he... he covered Tazaki's, who is the, janitor. The reason why he was covering for him was because Tazaki owed Genjiro Kaneda money. Because Genjiro, I think, was kind of like a loan shark. And I think a lot of people thought, or he thought himself, Tazaki thought that he would end up being a he thought he was going to be a suspect because he owed him money, and so he lied about fixing the wall of the old school building. Or he said, rather, that the principal had requested that. Yeah, anyway, that didn't happen. But he did end up fixing the wall, but at a different time of the day than he said. At the school. I don't know. It's just a lot. I got distracted, but I found a cake recipe that I have all the stuff for. Going to make a chocolate cake and top it with sprinkles and cookies. That sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. Okay, I thought he could have covered a younger person's one. Yeah. Oh, wait. You're always trying to connect everything to that incident. So I probably shouldn't tell you about the car. No! Shoot, I should have mentioned the car. Too late. Now you have to tell me. This is this is like Famicom Detective Club writing at its best, where even in the last game they're like oh, wait, how did you learn about this long-lost adopted child? I forgot to tell you about that. Somehow that didn't come up in conversation at all, that this character has, like has children, or we adopted a baby, and somehow we didn't mention it until now. I mostly was looking for a smaller, four-ish person cake, because I don't need a giant layer cake. That sounds like really tasty cake, though. Too late. Now you have to tell me. So this is I assume this is the car, the black car that, what was the son's name? Tetsuji. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Not Tetsuji. Goro. I was looking at the wrong one. I assume this is the car that Goro saw the night of Genjiro's murder, the black car that drove away. Let's see.
昔黒い車に乗っていた人を思い出しただけじゃ。
Funny enough, I joked about saying there was like one black car in the entire like town. I just remembered someone who had a black car a long time ago.
どうせ事件とは関係ない。気にするな。
I'm sure it has nothing to do with that incident. Forget it. No.
先生、その車の持ち主は
No, I'm not going to forget it. Mr. Kamada, who does the car belong to?
気にするな言うとるじゃろうが。
I said forget it.
気にするな言う。
No! Mr. Kamada, tell me now!
気にする。
Oh my gosh, you are literally the worst. Did Komada have a black car?
そうそう。今日お前さんを訪ねて男が来とったぞ。
By the way, a man came looking for you today.
誰なんだろう
Who could that be?
男ってどんな人だったんですか
What did he look like?
メガネをかけた真面目そうな生徒じゃったが。
He was a student with glasses. He looked serious. Have we met a student with glasses?
というところでわしはぼちぼち帰らせてもらうぞ。ではまた来週。さらばじゃ。
That's it. I'm taking off. See you next week.
あ、ちょっと小室先生黒い車の話は
Wait, Mr. Kamada, what about the black car?
今声が聞こえたような
Huh? Was that a voice?
一人でいるとなんだか気味が悪いな
Being here alone is kind of scary.
あゆみちゃんやひとみちゃんに何があったんだろ
I wonder what happened to Ayumi and Hitomi. It's a little creepy here. Unbelievable, by the way, that Kumada didn't tell us. Ooh! I see the cigarette Hitomi threw away. Shot bar. There is a matchbox thrown away with the cigarettes. Oops. It's not something a minor should carry around. I guess we take the matchbox then. This is a matchbox from a bar. What was he doing there? Let's hold on to it just in case. These are the matches Hitomi threw away. Bar Sambora 0071234. A side note, this just reminded me. I had a friend who he'd always say he always liked to collect really weird looking like matchboxes or like match like that I guess it what is that called, like where it's not a matchbox but it's like a match set. It's like really in a thin case or whatever. He always wanted to carry one from like that have like kind of weird looking designs or whatever. He's like, just in case I get murdered and die somewhere, I want the detectives to be like, this has to be a clue. It has to be related. We have to go to this place. Anyway. And I just remember that being just really funny. Is that good advice? I don't know. Take it as you will. Let's go to the front of school. I don't think I'm gonna find Hitomi here. I'll come back later. Ah! Oh, Mrs. Hayama. Oh, hi, Avocado. You see, she also has really sad eyes. I could see her potentially being this, like, I don't know, fake ghost. I heard something happened today. Yes, there was a small accident. An accident? A student of mine was injured. Eh? She hit her head and was taken to the hospital. She needs to be looked at. Thankfully, her injury wasn't serious. This is what she said happened. She was walking down a staircase when she felt someone behind her. She turned around and... There was Mr. Hibino, and standing behind him was the girl who stands behind. She was so startled that she slipped down the stairs. Mr. Hibino took her to the hospital. Maybe we need to take this rumor more seriously. Mr. Hibino knows something. He knows something. But what?
少が留守にしている時に事故が起きるなんて。とにかく連絡しなきゃ。
All this is happening while the principal's gone. I need to let him know right away.
葉山先生、どうしたんですか？
Miss Hayama, are you okay?
後ろの少女はやっぱりいるのよ。私が見た。
I know the girl who stands behind exists. Ever since I saw her.
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
I need to go.
じゃあね。
See you later. See, it makes me think there's like there's I don't know. It makes me think that there's either I don't think Shinobu is alive and is just like living at the school. I think she's dead. I've said I think she is buried inside the walls of the old school. I'm sticking to that. I think that is the thing. It does make me think that there is another person involved who either looks like them. Secret hallway behind the mirror. Oh yeah, that's what you said, right? I think there's somebody pretending to be the girl who stands behind. I don't know why they would do that. That's a good question. Unless it's a ghost. Unless they're establishing that in this world there are ghosts. And that's just a common natural thing. And that even though there's been no evidence of that in the previous game. But it could be. Oh, we're going to the old school building. Maybe we'll find something. There's no one here. The trash bin is... kicked over. Did Hitomi go home already? Oh. Oh no. Hitomi? Hitomi. Yes. Whoa, are you cosplaying? He's wearing glasses and a wig. He even drew eyebrows. I love this music. I thought about what you said earlier and decided to try something new. How do I look? Well, this definitely counts as acting strange, just like Ayumi said. Anyways. He's a very simple-minded person. I want his portrait to be updated to look like this. Was in fact behaving strangely. Seems to have been behaving strangely. This is not what I was expecting. Was in fact behaving strangely. Also... It seems he didn't come by today. I want a screenshot of this because this is amazing. I know he looks intimidating, but if he's friends with the principal, that dude is probably a good guy. I don't know, Hitomi. People will treat me differently now that I look more intelligent and approachable. Intelligent. That's what you're going for.
そうそう。あゆみちゃんがいつも誰かに見られてるって気にしてるんだけど、ひとみちゃん心当たりない？
By the way, Ayumi said she feels like someone is always watching her. Do you have any idea who that might be?
大丈夫。心配ないよ。立花さんは俺様がほぼ24時間体制でこっそり見張っております。
Don't worry, I'm her guardian angel, standing by 24/7.
プライベートから授業中まで いつだって僕の目が光ってますので。
Whether in school or during private matters, I've always got my eye on her.
こいつが犯人。
So that explains it.
本日も無事お帰りになるまではきっちし見届けましたです。
Today was no exception. I followed her all the way home.
最近は授業に出る暇もございませんよ。やれやれ。
Lately, I've been needing to skip classes just to make sure she's okay. Oh well. This guy is a handful.
バッチシ決まってるでしょ。このメガネと面。
By the way, what do you think of the glasses and the wig? Let's double check if there's
案
anything.
外いい人。
Why does his face look like that right now?
誠に魅力的な女性です。最近一段とお綺麗におなられて。
She's really pretty. Every day she gets a little more beautiful. Oh my gosh, he's just
素
stalking
敵す
her.
ぎるのって近寄りがたいのでしょうか。皆さん
Do you-
避けて通りますが。
Do you think being smart intimidates people? They all avoid me.
伊達メガネをかけてカツラをか。
それ僕が捨てたサンボラのマッチですね。
Those are matches from Bar Sambora that I threw away.
ひとみちゃん、バーなんか行ってたの？
He told me, do you go to bars?
違う。それはあの男が落としてったのを拾っただけさ。
No, I just picked up what that dude dropped.
男。
Do you mean that man?
サンボラといや隣町のショットバーだよ。
Bar Sambora is a bar in the next town over. Well, 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 looks like we're going to the next town over.
お、早速サンボラへ行くんですね。僕はどうすりゃいいのでしょうか。
Oh, man. Oh, so you're going to Bar Sambora. You want me to come with you? I don't know. What? Does this actually change things? I feel like if we take him with us, he's gonna like mess something up. But he might be like a good bodyguard, right? I wonder if you say I'll go by myself. I wonder if he's like, I'm coming with you anyways. Does this actually change things? Oh no. I'm curious. I wish I could have saved. Oh, can I save? I don't think so. Not at this point. I'll go by myself. Would you come with me? He told me. I'm gonna ask him.
ひとみちゃんも一緒に来てよ。
Would you come with me? He told me.
お、僕も一緒にサンボラへ行きゃいいのですか。さては。
So,
狂ってますね。
you want me to come with you? Avocado, you're scared, aren't you?
わかりました。
I wish I could say yes. Eh?
俺様はそろそろ立花さんの最終チェックに行きますので。
But I need to go do a final check on Tachibana.
最終チェックってなんだ？
What does he mean by final check?
悪いですが、先に行っててくださいよ。
I'm sorry, I'll catch up later.
わかった。じゃあ行ってくるよ。
Alright
ひとみちゃ
then,
ん
meet
後
me
から来て
there.
ね。
I wanted to invite him because I thought it'd be nice because it sounds like he's needed a friend. But he doesn't care. Cool, thanks. You
合
tell me.
点が承知でございます。
Roger that. Alright, so I guess it didn't matter. Hey. Oh wait, is this Mizuno? No, that just looks a lot like Mizuno. Bartender.
子供の来るところじゃないぜ。
This place isn't for kids. Go home. And that looks so much like Mizuno.
ここは子供の来るところじゃないぜ。諦めて帰んな。
Give up and go home.
渋いお店だ。
It's a cool retro bar.
ひとみちゃんが捨てたショットバーサンポラ。
今あんたが言った名前のうち一人だけうちの客がいるぜ。
One of the guys you just mentioned comes here. Eh?
だが俺は見ず知らずの人間に客のことを話すほど
But I don't gossip about my customers to strangers.
諦めて帰んな。
Give up and go home.
重要な手がかりがありそうなのに諦めるわけにはいかない。
It seems like he knows something. I won't give up.
ここは子供の
やめておいた。やめておいた。
Just gonna take a
やめておい
bottle.
た方。やめておいた。やめておいた。
Okay, I can't pull the phone. I need to go to the bathroom. Guess let's ask him again.
口で
Oh, so you're cruising for a bruising. Oh gosh, this isn't going well.
お待たせ。あ、お話中ですね。失礼。
Sorry I'm late. Oops, did I interrupt?
なんだ今のやつは。
Who the hell is he?
変な格好なままのひとみちゃんがそばにいる。
He told me he's still wearing the weird glasses and the wig.
まずはあの野郎にご挨拶を。
First of all, I ought to say hello.
はじめまして。よろしく。
It's a pleasure to meet you.
このマスター怖そうな野郎だね。
He's so scary, isn't he?
なんだその変なやつ。こんなの連れてくんじゃねえよ。とっとと帰んな。
Who the hell is this guy? Grab this weirdo and get out of my bar. Excuse me?
何を話せばよい。
What do you want to know?
何を話す。何を話す。何を話す。
Oops.
何を話す。
Nani?
何を話せばいい。ここでオイラに質問するのは見当違いだと思いませんか。
Don't you think you're asking the wrong person? Look.
何度も同じこと言わせん。その妙な野郎の顔を見てると気分が悪くなるぜ。
I'm sick of seeing that weirdo's face. Get out.
バカじゃねえか。お
Are
前
you crazy?
ひとみちゃん、我慢我慢。
He told me, just let it go. I can't leave. So there's something that I need to do here. Do I just keep bothering him and then eventually grab this weirdo and go? You're so persistent. It's annoying. Can't you see I'm working here? Give up and go home. Todd, welcome in. How are you doing? What did you say? The bartender sure was upset to see me for some reason. Didn't get Chief House today. My day's going well. You know, we're here to solve some crimes. Always good, always good. Side note, I learned that you can stream from an emulator as long as you own the game. You can stream on Twitch with an emulator. And we were talking about earlier before this game started that means that, like, some of the games that have not been brought over to the Switch, like the Professor Layton games and stuff, as long as I buy the cartridges, I can technically play it on stream at some point. So we might be doing that eventually. So the old Ace Attorney games and maybe some Professor Layton and stuff like that. It's all possible. Anyway, the bartender sure was upset for me for some reason. My guess is that he's insecure about intelligent people like us. The bartender heard him. He looks furious. Ooh, Professor Layton. That's a good one. I haven't played any of them. Nor have I played any of the Ace Attorney games. I know we're going to be doing those that are on the Switch one soon. But that means once we do that, we can continue on with the old 3DS ones. So anyway, just some good news. So what are we doing? Okay, does he have anything? Is he anything else for us, buddy? It's gonna say Nani a lot again. I just can't leave.
Hitomi ちゃんが捨てたマッチだ。ショットバー3ボラ。やめておいた方。
これずれちゃうでしょ。
Stop it! It's gonna come off.
やめてくださいよ。しまいには怒るよ。
Stop! Are you trying to piss me off? I DM'd you the list of games? Nice! Okay, cool. I will check that out. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Oh no, it came off! I really liked it. Hey, Avocado, outside now! Hey, you guys, stop fighting in here. If you don't stop, you'll both end up in a hospital. Shut up, don't be... Wait.
もしや河合か？
Wait, is that you, Kawai?
あ、加藤さんじゃないですか。
Ah, hey, Mr.
変
Kato.
な格好してっからわかんなかったじゃねえかよ。
I didn't recognize you. Why were you in that getup? Oh my
加
gosh.
藤さんこそ昔は頭も眉も剃ってたから面影ないっすよ。
He looked totally different too. You used to shave your hair and brows back then.
二人で盛り上がっている。
They seem to have forgotten I'm still here.
紹介するぜ。俺が中学の時に世話になった加藤さんだ。
Let me introduce him to you, Avocado. This is Mr. Kato. He took good care of me when I was in junior
あ
high.
んた河合の知り合いだったのか？なら話は別だぜ。
I didn't know you were a friend of Kawai. This changes everything.
俺のおかげだな。感謝しな。
Now you owe me.
ってことで先に帰るぜ。加藤さんの話しっかり聞いとけよ。
All right, I'm off. You should listen to what Mr. Kato has to say. All of this just because he was wearing his glasses? No! All this back and forth.
失礼します。
It was a pleasure to reconnect, Mr. Kato. Oh my gosh.
うちの客じゃないと思うぜ。
I don't think that's my customer. Obviously.
うちの客金田五郎さんだろ？うちの客だよ。
Goro Kaneda? He's my customer.
オーナーが言ってたけど、五郎さんは昔からのお得意さんだったらしいぜ。
The owner told me that he's been a regular
羽
for
振りが良かっ
years.
た頃なんて毎日来てくれたらしいが、
He would come here every day when his business was doing
財
well.
産を使い果たしてからはめったに来なくなったようだ。
After his fortune ran out, though, he rarely showed his face.
ところが、ちょっと前からまた来るようになったんだ。
But
月も綺麗
recently,
に払ってな。
he's been coming back. He even paid off
こ
his
こんと
tab.
こ景気が良さそうだぜ。
He seems to be living large these days. So he lost a whole bunch of money, but now has gained it back.
また随分と心当たりが五郎さんがまた来るようになったのには何かきっかけがあったんだが。
There was a reason why he started coming in again. A reason?
Hmm. 何かまた随分と
A reason.
うちの客じゃ。うちの客。心当たり。何か。
Maybe I'll talk to the customer now.
それは勘弁してくれや。
Hey, please don't bother my customer.
僕なら構わないよ。
Oh, I don't mind.
何が聞きたいのかな。
What do you want to know, kid?
聞かない名前だな。聞かない名前。あまり感じのいい男じゃないな。
About Goro, he's not a friendly guy.
酒癖が悪くってわけのわからないことをよく口走るんだ。
He's a bad drunk. He often mutters about things that don't make
この
sense.
前もやたら変なことを言ってたよ。なあマスタ
ー。He was saying something weird the other day too, wasn't he, Kato?
変なこと。ああ、あのことですか。
Oh, you mean that story? What?
実はこの間、五郎さんがこんなことを言ってたんだ。
Actually, Goro was saying the other
親
day
父を殺したやつを知ってるだろう。酒が飲めるのもそいつのおかげだの。
that he knows who killed his father and that thanks to that person, he can enjoy drinking now. Is it Urabe and he sold his house and gave the money to Goro? Yes, that is that is perfect, Todd. What? That seems like such an, like, and the bartender's like, oh yeah, he was saying something the other day, I can't remember what it was. Oh, you mean that story? Oh yeah, he was saying that he knows who killed his father, and now he has money now. He has money now after that. That seems...
かなり酔ってたから放っといたんだけど。
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, but still. He was completely trashed, so I didn't take him seriously. But that still seems like an important thing. Buddy! These NPCs... come on. That's all I know, though.
あとは本人に聞いてみな。五郎さんならこの先のマンションに住んでるぜ。ただし...
you should get the rest of the story from Goro himself. He lives in an apartment right down the street. Just watch your back. I hear he's a bit wild. Wild, huh? But I have a case to solve. I need to go visit him. Thanks so much, Mr. Kato.
ああ、またいつでも来なよ。その時は電話を入れてくれ。番号は
Sure, no problem at all. Just call me whenever you want to come by. The number is...
I've
got it already. The number on the matchbox, 777-1234, right?
おっと、そうだったか。
That's right. Okay, take care. Soreja. Remember when I mentioned earlier before we started that I really want some boba? I think I'm gonna get some delivered. I really want some. And we're still on chapter 9, so we've got some time. So I might as well. We've got time. Boom. Ordered. Please call the police, good sir. Okay. We're gonna get Boba on the way. So this is where Goro lives. Oh wait, I don't know his apartment number. Yeah, seriously, we should call the police. It seems like in big matters, but hey, we're a teen detective, right? What we've got all the power we need. Oh wait, I don't know his apartment number. Guess I'm gonna have to just knock on everyone's doors, surroundings. Is there a black car? Oh, someone's coming out from the building. The youth needs to learn these things. How are you? Excuse me, could you tell me Mr. Kaneda's apartment number? Huh? Who? Goro Kaneda, do you know him? Oh, Mr. Kaneda, he lives in that apartment with the light on. Enhance. Oh, that one? Hold on. How old are you? It's past 10 p.m.
こんな時間に子供がほっつき歩いてんじゃないの。本当に近頃の若いもんは。
Youths is how this could be summed up. It's too late for a child like you to be out. I don't understand kids these days.
ブツブツ言いながら言ってしまった。
She walked away muttering to herself. Okay, I guess let's go 1. Hold on. Does this car belong to a resident? That looks like a black car, doesn't it? So that's Goro's apartment. Oh my gosh! What? Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Okay. Well, I guess this is happening. Oh, it's that guy. Wait. Ugh. Man. Oh, I found it. Oh. This man, he's the guy Urabe was with. Could it be true? Is he the killer? I mean, probably. Is there anything else we can... How much can we examine in this room? There's... Oh, okay, well... Huh. He has something in his hand. I shouldn't touch anything. I need to call the police first. Dang. Okay, what's happening? Could that have been... Could that have been Urabe? It looked like someone with short hair. In the silhouette. It looked like someone with short hair. But was it him? I don't know. Could be Hibino. Hibino looks like he could run away pretty well. Though I kind of thought... Actually, I think I might have been Hibino. My first thought was actually that the hair reminded me of Ryoko's because it looked like it's swept over. Irish! Welcome! How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Oh, man, you guys just missed a thing. Irish, welcome in. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out here. What were you playing? Soma. Oh my gosh, how is it? How scary is it? Let me, before you guys go, let me give you a fist bump. Irish, thank you so much for the raid. If you would like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wapam. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. So, well, bam. You guys have come at a very interesting time. And a very interesting time indeed. Because a lot has just happened. And by a lot, I mean, we pretty much saw someone get stabbed. Not long ago. So things are heating up. Things are heating up here. We're gonna put me by me. What? Stabbed? Yes. So we're solving this mystery, right? There's a mysterious ghost girl haunting like a high school. It looks like that case is connected to a case from 15 years ago. We have been investigating, and we start hearing some things about the son of the guy who got killed 15 years ago. We went to go investigate. We learned that he lives in an apartment not too far from this one bar, and so we head over there. And we don't know which apartment he's in, and like an old lady walks by, and she's like, "Oh, he's in that apartment up there with the light." And so eventually, after we finish talking to her, we go to investigate, and we like look up at the apartment from the street level, and we see him fighting with somebody. Like, we see two silhouettes, and somebody is repeatedly being stabbed. And we run up there, and we find him, and he's dead. He's on the couch. He's bleeding from the chest. And we like look outside, and there's somebody running away in the parking lot. It's just a silhouette. We don't see who it is. So we investigate. It ends up this guy, we'd actually seen this guy before. We didn't get his name, but he's this like weird guy who's been hanging around the school recently. He also seems to be friends with or connected to our principal, we actually don't even go to that school. We don't even go there. Seems to be connected to the principal of the school that's being haunted by a ghost girl. His dad had a lot of money. His dad was murdered. He inherited a whole bunch of stuff. It looks like he squandered it and then had nothing. But recently, he said that he came back to some of these bars that he used to go to, paid off his debts, and was like drinking a ton and is like living it up, apparently. So something's happened recently where he got a whole bunch of money. I will say it is suspicious. We learned that our principal recently sold his house. All of a sudden. Could he have sold his house to pay off the guy for some reason? Oh, and I will say Goro. Oh! Goro told the bartender that he had recently learned who killed his father. And that is the reason why he has all this money now. Oh man, there's so okay, sorry. I'm trying to verbally process this, so you guys are just gonna have to listen for a second. So Urabe, who's the principal, okay, everyone talks about how great he is, and that is kind of a suspicious thing, right? But he is connected to this strange man, aka Goro. Oh, they haven't updated his photo. It's possible. What if, okay, he would have been 25 when Genjiro was killed. Genjiro up there. Hibino would have been 16. What if... Okay. I think there are a few options here. Urabe... Here's option one, maybe. Urabe killed Genjiro for some reason 15 years ago. We don't really know the connection yet, but let's say he did. Something has happened recently, and he has gone and confessed to Goro that he killed his father. Which, again, I don't know why he would say that. Unless maybe he just feels guilt or something. Goro, instead of turning him in, because he's in desperate need of money, says basically, like, I will forget everything if you pay me this much money. Or it's like blackmail or something. Maybe Yoko figured out who killed. Oh, didn't Yoko say that she figured out who may have done it? Maybe I'm making that up. Yoko, who is the girl who was killed at the beginning of the game. No, I guess she didn't say that. But okay, what if maybe she learned, maybe she figured it out. What if she somehow then also ran into Goro and said something about it? And he figured it out and he approached them about, hey, you know, I won't turn you in if you pay me money, whatever. That's one option. Urabe is the original killer, also killed Yoko, and Shinobu for some reason. Other option, what if the killer is like Hibino, and who is the other teacher who's been acting strange, and we haven't really gotten a lot of good answers from. Other one is, what if it's Hibino? He was 16 at the time. He seemed to know Shinobu, or at least was friends maybe with people her age. Maybe there was some reason why he killed Genjiro. Don't know the reason why. We don't know the motive. We don't really know the motive for why someone killed Genjiro, besides the fact that he was a loan shark. I don't know if he was loaning money to teenagers, but let's say Hibino, for some reason, killed Genjiro. Why would he kill Shinobu? We don't know. It's assumed that they're all the same killer for all of them. So my other thought is basically that Urabe did not kill anybody, however, is paying off Goro for whoever else. We've already learned that Urabe, one, is willing to lie for people or like cover for people because he believes in them and wants them to, he wants good for them. He sold his house. We learned that he lives alone. He doesn't need a big house. So maybe he's selling his house to cover for this person. And just out of like kind of the goodness of his heart, like he wants to help them out and wants this to be taken care of. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. All right, let's continue. Anyway, there's a dead body on the couch if you don't want to see that. But, all right. Whoops, not looking at that. Anyway. Jet, things are getting really serious. This man is Goro Kaneda. So Goro is the man visiting Principal Urabe at the school. Also, Soma is very scary, I imagine. I only know a little bit from it, but I've heard that it's pretty terrifying. Okay, let's, shelf. It's overflowing with stacks of records and videotapes, but there's nothing unusual here. Poster's out of date, but still there's nothing unusual about it. These are Goro's clothes. I don't see anything unusual. It's a mini stereo. It's turned off. Nothing unusual. Is there a struggle? The liquor bottle is knocked over and the ashtray is flipped. Nothing's drawing my attention. I like that they take off their shoes. Even when they like walk in, the forensics take off their shoes. I'll be careful not to bother him while he's working. Don't see anything that might be a clue. Well, he was holding like a pen. Okay. Avocado. Did you see anybody else when you found him? From outside, I saw two people struggling, and after I got up here, I saw someone outside running away.
犯人かもしれん。非常口から逃げたのだろう。
That might have been the killer. He probably used the emergency stairs.
ゴロは何か握っていたみたいですが。
I think Goro had something in his hand.
万年筆を握っていたんだ。手がかりかもしれない。
He had a fountain pen. We should get it to forensics.
言うまでもないが指紋をつけちゃダメだよ。
It is obvious, but don't touch the pen with your bare hands.
はい。
Right.
かなり
TU. Urabe. Tadashi? What's his name? No, yeah, it is Tadashi. Tadashi. Oh, wait. But Teruhiko Uchida. They also have the same initials. Lost the factory he ran due to Genjiro Kaneda's fraud. Prime suspect at the time, but committed suicide before he was questioned. Still unclear whether he did it or not. What if Shinobu, or I'm sorry, this other Uchida? This is interesting. Interesting. This is such an old pen. Could be Teruhiko Uchida. Anything else? Huh. There's a small scratch. Oh, this isn't a scratch.
イニシャルが彫ってあるんだ。TU と刻まれている。
Wait, I saw that and I was like, well, I guess. I wonder if in the Japanese version, if it's also English letters. I will say, doesn't it kind of look like... Oh, I think maybe the photo's wrong, because in the... Oh, I forget it moves my camera after I do a fist bump. Let me adjust my camera. Boop, put me up here. I forget that... well, okay, it says someone's initials, it's someone's initials, it says T.U. Up on the picture, it only has T.U. Anyway, I was about to say, doesn't it kind of look a little bit darker to the left of the T? Like there could be something more to the left? Of the, there could be something scratched out or rubbed out on the pen. Oh well, okay.
本当だ。これは犯人のイニシャルかもしれないぞ。
Good eye. Those might be the initials of the killer jet. Let me see if there's anything else. Okay.
古いがそう珍しいものじゃない。ゴロ以外の指紋でも出てくれればいいのだが。
It's old, but it's not rare. I hope we can get a fingerprint other than Goro's.
付近の聞き込みをしてくれないか。目撃者がいるかもしれない。
Jet, would you interview the neighbors? There may be a witness or two.
はい、そうします。
Sure thing.
もう野獣馬が集まってきている。
There are already some onlookers gathering.
端から聞いていこう。
I'll interview as many as I can.
片っ端から。
事件なんですか?
There was an incident? There was.
若い女を見かけたよ。
I saw a young lady.
金田さんくらいの男を見たぜ。
I saw a man around the same age as Mr. Kaneda.
初老の男性がうろついていたよ。
I saw an old guy walking around the neighborhood.
殺人事件なの?
Oh no, there was a murder?
10時頃金田さんの部屋を聞きに来た人が。
Around 10 p.m., a young man came up to me and asked where Mr. Kaneda lived. Yeah, that was me.
ってあんたじゃないか。
It was you!
さっきのおばさん。
Oops, it's the lady from before. I was wondering why the lady didn't show up on the screen.
事件なんですか?
There was an incident?
殺人事件ってマジ?
Yo, is it a homicide? For real? This motley crew has been
火事かい? どこが燃えてんで?
Is there a fire? Where? Did I talk to everyone? Looks like I did. And they were about as helpful as... Yeah, that's what I thought. None of the witnesses have been very helpful.
どうだ?
Jet, how are the interviews going?
決め手になる目撃者はいないようです。
I haven't found any rock-solid witnesses.
そうか。あとは任せなさい。
I
君はもう
see.
帰った方がいい。
Okay, we'll take it from here. Why don't you head home?
はい。
Okay, I will.
何か分かったら連絡するよ。
I'll let you know if we figure something out. Okay, so of the things we heard there was a young girl here. A man the same age as Mr. Kaneda. Someone who saw us. An old woman. Or no, an old man walking around. An old man walking through the neighborhood or something like that. 31. 31. It could have been Ibino. As for a young girl, I mean, Tachibana's everywhere. Could be or the ghost, for all we know. Okay. It was a long day. Does it change now? Or is it still like a pizza place? Oh, deli. That's what it is. Here I thought we were never gonna get another body. I know! I kind of was thinking the same thing too. I was like, man, I think that's part of the reason why I like the missing air, especially towards the beginning. It was just like, body, body, body! They're all dying! Everyone's dropping like flies. But this is a twist. I like this. I like that the stakes are high right now. See if there's any messages. There aren't. Yeah, missing air is ridiculous with the death count. It is. It is a little ridiculous. Let's just see if there's anything new. Remember we looked at the gloves. Okay. I want to go over the facts again.
校長と会っていたのは五郎だった。そして五郎は殺されてしまった。
So Goro had been visiting the principal, and now he's been killed.
サンボロの話では、五郎は金田事件の犯人を知っていたかのようだ。
According to what I heard at Bar Sambora, Goro seemed to know who killed his father years ago.
金に困っていた五郎が最近
And recently came into some money.
もしや五郎は15年前黒い車に乗っていた犯人を見たのだ。
What if Goro saw the killer in the black car 15 years ago? What if Goro saw the killer in the black car 15 years ago? Oh, and he was blackmailing the killer until he was silenced?
それならなぜ
Why would
15
Goro
年
wait
前
for
に脅迫しなかったんだ
15 years?
最近犯人と出会い思い出したんだろうか。
Did he recently meet him again and remember the incident? I guess that's like, I was thinking, that maybe somehow he had recently learned about who killed his father and started blackmailing him. I guess maybe he saw the guy and recognized him, like maybe he just couldn't at the time remember the person driving the vehicle, but now that he sees him again, he's like, oh wait, it's that guy. I don't know.
あの万年筆が犯人の持ち物ならば、イニシャルは TU だ。
If that fountain pen belonged to the killer, their initials should be TU. Or it could, see, I think it would either be it's Urabe or it's maybe Uchida, the son, and now killing Goro because he considers their family the reason for his father's death. And it's kind of like a, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, it's irony, I don't know. Let's find out who has TU as their initials.
Uchida Teruhiko no initial は
Teruhiko Uchida's initials are
TU だ。
TU.
内田照彦はすでに死んでいる。
Well, Teruhiko Uchida is already dead. There's another person who's TU. Okay, so I at least wanted them to know that I know. I want them to know that I know.
浦部正のイニシャルは
Tadashi Urabe's initials are.
正浦部 TU だ。
It is TU.
TU のイニシャルを持つ人物
Now I know who has TU as their initials, but
内田照彦はすでに死んでいる。
Teruhiko Uchida is dead, and I don't know the first name of the other Uchida who was a friend of Shinobu's.
事件と関係があるかさえ。
I don't even know if he was involved in the incident. And the principal is on a business trip. He isn't around. Or is he?
最近家を手放したよ。
I heard he recently sold his house. Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. I believe my boba is here. So I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second. We will continue here shortly. Alrighty. Get back here. 1 second. By the way, good news and bad news. The good news is, I have a smoothie, which is good. Love me a smoothie. The downside is, they did not put boba in it, which is the whole reason I got it. Runner, thank you for those bits. Hold on. Yeah, no boba. I feel like I could get a refund on it or whatever, but I feel like, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth it. Okay, hold on. Actually, let's see something real quick. How much did it cost? So it wasn't so expensive. It wasn't so expensive. Total, in total, $8.25. So not terrible. That's like with the delivery fee and like tip and stuff. But boba is expensive though. I know. I'm a little sad. A little sad that it's not. Sorry, I'm messing with some stuff right now. There we go. I had to reset where the audio was coming from. Yeah. Maybe I should. Part of me's like, it's a small business. It's a small business. And I'm going to be like, wrong or missing items. Technically it's a wrong item. Maybe they'll Little Goddess, welcome in. How are you doing? What's missing? Todd, what?
Have a good non-bubblish drink, Jet Kappa.
Todd, what? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that. It's not like it was y'all's mistake. No! Todd. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that. Wait, did they give you the wrong drink? So I ordered a strawberry smoothie, but with boba. It was a boba smoothie. There's no boba in it. So I just have a smoothie. But how can I make an excuse to donate to you? Todd. That's so generous. Thank you so much. Yeah, so they gave me the wrong drink. Which is sad. So yeah, and that was actually the whole reason. Refund, good sir. Burn it all down. That's well, and I feel like is such a small thing. Like it's like, where's my boba? Like the boba. Yeah, I know. Feels like it feels like a minor thing, but it was also the only reason why I got the smoothie in the first place was because I really wanted some boba. So I feel sad, but that's okay. But Todd, thank you so much. That is very generous of you. That'll help. That's going for the I'll put that $10 towards the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy game we're getting. Thank you. I haven't purchased it yet, so I'll probably purchase it this week sometime so that we can play it next weekend. So I'll put it towards that. So thank you. Our lack of boba will go towards the future of the stream. So thank you, Boba Place, that did not give me boba. And it's like I think that place, I won't say the name of it, but they're like primarily a boba place. So I don't know why they're like, oh, I guess they don't want any boba. And the smoothie that I ordered is under the boba section. So I don't know. I don't know. It's good tasting smoothie though. So all right. a good smoothie to wash down all this murder. Okay, was Detective Utsugi out investigating all night last night too? Does Utsugi live here? Also, do I live here? Or do we just always go back to this place immediately?
Boba Place is not doing boba things.
She actually pronounced it boba, which is funny. Baba Place is not doing baba things. Runner, thank you so much for those bits. Hilarious. I know, right? I don't get it. The place has boba in its name. Well. Is there anything else? Okay. Let's see if there's any. Okay, but no voicemail. Oh. Okay, he didn't leave us a message. I guess let's go to school. It is a tasty smoothie, though. Nobody's around. That's weird. I don't see a single person. Oh, that is weird. What are you shouting about? Kamada, I'm not shouting about anything. I don't think. Maybe I was. Who knows? Mr. Kamada, there's no one at school today. It's a holiday today. Huh? Really? Man. Did you forget it was a holiday too? Is that why you came?
I
usually come here to paint on my days off. Oh, he's gone. he just walked away. Okay. Excuse me. Kamada's not here. Hello there. Hello there. General Kenobi. Mr. Kamada, Goro Kaneda almost said Goro Kenobi. Goro Kaneda was killed yesterday. He says to himself. Is this piece made by a student? It's a sketchbook. I guess someone forgot it.
画集や画材のようだ。スケッチブックも並んでいる。
These are art books and drawing supplies. I see sketchbooks too. Oh boy.
画集や画材のようだ。デッサン用のモチーフ。
Subjects we're drawing are messily thrown in a box. Someone should tidy up.
ゴローは金田事件の犯人を脅したために殺されたのかもしれませんよ。
My guess is that Goro was blackmailing the murderer, and that's why he was killed. I guess blackmail before Jet did, right? I think I did. Right? Because I'm a good detective? I think I did! Now tell me this thing about the car, please. Nothing? Kamada-sensei.
なんでここでいきなり校長の話が出てくるんじゃ
Why are you bringing up the principal now?
浦部校長とゴローは知り合いでした。
The principal and Goro knew each other.
校長とゴロー、この二人の関係は妙だと思いませんか？
The principal and Goro. Doesn't that seem like a strange pair?
お前さんまさか校長
So you think the principal is the...
確証はありませんが。
I don't have any solid evidence, but... Man, if only somebody knew about a car from 15 years ago.
今学校にはわしらしかおらんのじゃな。
We are the only ones here in the school now, right?
あ、はい、そうでしょうね。
I would think so.
何があっても誰も気づかん。そうか。
Uh-oh.
校長が犯人じゃと思っとったんか。
Uh-oh, good. Then no one is watching us. So you thought it was the principal. I see. Okay, this is a frightening perspective. Mwahaha.
まさか駒田先生。
Wait, Mr. Komada. It can't be.
わしが後から入ってきたのは扉に鍵をかけるためじゃ。
I came in after you so that I could lock the door.
もうお前は逃げられん。
You're trapped.
諦めるんじゃな。
It's over for you. What? Mwahaha. What? Screenshot. Oh, really? I honestly, I don't know why he's connected yet. I am... Mwahaha!
そんな、まさか。
MC scared. Wait, that's impossible. There's no way. Say cheese. No, it's locked. Huh? It's open. I love these animations. Ha ha ha! I got you. What? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I couldn't help it. You seem so certain that the principal was a killer, but there's just no way. Oh my gosh. Okay, I was gonna... I was like, I'm surprised. I was not expecting this at all. I was like, are you for real, game? Maybe I am a bad detective after all. Mr. Soul Creek. This was such a... Well, I was like, what a strange loop this is, because... He's like older. He's pretty old. Like, so he would have been... This was 15 years ago, right? Yeah. 59 minus 15. 44? 44? And I was like, he doesn't seem to have any connection to anybody, despite just being a teacher at the school. You're not, game, dum-dum. Yeah. Oh, that was frightening. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, and I was like, dang. Like, they're really letting us know early. There are a couple chapters left. He has been very helpful, though. Has kind of been my thing. He's kind of like the butler in the past game in a way. Though the butler had much more of an alibi. Despite always being at the scene of the crime for most of the murders. This guy, though, he's been really helpful. And we really don't know much about him. And that was kind of the thing that was, I think, very surprising. I was like, are they going to tell us, or is he going to, like, reveal to us that he's, like, Shinobu's dad? Or, I don't know. Something like that, and that's going to be, like, we just didn't pick up on that at all, or... Anyway. Sorry, I couldn't help it. You seemed so certain that the principal was the killer, but there's just no way. By the way, if you're ever in a situation like this, where you are in charge of, or helping somebody investigate the murder of somebody, probably not the best thing to do is to say that you've locked them in a room and that you did it, basically. Well, I guess he didn't say he did it, he just started laughing maniacally. Good thing Jet doesn't carry a weapon on him, because that would have been a problem. Okay, that would have been... Jet attacks the teacher. That would have been really hard to explain to my detective boss. Sorry, I couldn't help it. You seem so certain that the principal is the killer, but there's just no way. The principal is the killer? That's just ridiculous. It's such nonsense. Is it? Ace Detective. What? Okay. Anja. Never gonna stay in never gonna allow him to lock a room behind me. What? What are we supposed to do? Think? Open the door. Quit investigation?
僕は先生を頼りにしてたんです。
And I was so sure about it. I can't believe you would do that to me.
Huh? Nanja?
Huh? What do you mean?
なのにからかうなんて。
You can't tease me like that.
調査を続ける自信がなくなりました。残念ですが、これで。
I don't know if I can keep investigating anymore. I'm afraid I'll have to.
待ってくれ。悪かった。考え直してくれ。
Kid, wait. I'm sorry. It was just a joke. Don't give up.
と言うと思ったじゃろう。 そんな手で引っ掛けようとはまだまだ甘いの。
Is that what you wanted to hear? You can't trick me. Don't even try.
あ、ほら、
This guy.
わしゃも帰る。
That's nonsense. I'm gonna go. Kamada is both the best and worst teacher. Oops, he knew. Oh my gosh.
駒田先生は言って電話だ。はい、宇津木探偵事務所です。
Hello, Utsugi Detective Agency. Hey, Avocado, it's me.
え、ひとみちゃん、どうしたの?
Man, Hitomi is like Rock Lee, I feel like. This sounds like music they would play anytime Rock is like, or Lee is doing something cool. Huh, Hitomi, what's up? Are you kidding me? You're a detective. Don't be so lazy. I heard from Mr. Kato that the weirdo was killed. This is getting pretty serious. Are you okay?
ひとみちゃん、心配してくれてるんだ。
Oh, Hitomi cares about me. I know you space out a lot, so the killer might get you. Mwahaha! I'm unamused. Anyways, you really need to watch your back.
ありがとう。
I will. Thanks. Don't worry about Tachibana. I've got her back. You focus on not messing anything up, alright? Later.
なんかすごく嬉しい。
Aw, for some reason, I feel all warm and fuzzy. Imagine having friends. Oh, there's a message. Oh, hold on.
あれ、ランプがついてる。
Huh? The light is on. I guess there was a call while I was away. Yeah, he told me has gone from being just super weird to being, well, still kind of weird. But a nice guy. Huh? The light is on. Hello, this is Ryoko Katsuragi. I have someone coming over today. Oh. Her name is Sayaka Ishibashi, and she went to junior high with Shinobu and Uchida. I suggest you talk to her.
内田や忍と同級生だった。
Someone who knows Uchida and Shinobu, I should go. By the way, did the chapter change? Oh. A childhood friend. Well, well, well.
こんにちは。
We're in the second to last
ありが
chapter.
とうございました。
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling me.
ごめんなさい。実はさやかまだ来ていないの。
Of course, but Sayaka isn't here yet.
そうなんですか。
Ah, okay.
どうぞ入ってちょうだい。
Please, come in.
お邪魔します。
Thank you. Hmm.
マッチだけど、これが何か?
A matchbox? What's so special about this? Oh.
前に話したことの他にも。
Okay, let's see if there's anything new.
前にこの間聞いたわ。
I heard he was killed.
あの人がこの町に住んでたなんて。 テレビのニュースで見て初めて知ったわ。
I had no idea he lived around here until I heard it on the news.
この隣町か。
Oh, that's right. This is the next town over from mine.
この間話したことぐらいしかわからないわね。もともと仲が良かったわけじゃないから。さやか。
Oh, oops. I already told you everything I know the other day. We weren't exactly close friends to begin with.
遅いわね。
Sayaka's late.
素敵な方よ。優しくて思いやりがあって。
About the principal, he's a nice man, kind and thoughtful.
知ってることはみんな話したと思うわ。
この隣町か。じゃあサンボラの近くだな。
This is another neighboring town, which means I'm near Bar Sambora.
ひとみちゃんが捨てたマッチだ。
These are the matches he told me threw
シ
away.
ョットバーサンボラ。007-1234と書いてある。
This is Bar Sambora 007 1 2 3 4. Yep, 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 yep.
どこにないわ。
趣味のいい部屋の隅に電話がある。
Oh. There's a phone in the corner of this room.
お電話。
May I please use your phone?
どうぞ。
Yes, go right ahead. I like that they changed the style of the phone thing. Mine's busy. It's the only phone number I know. Excuse me, I know of.
隣町か。
どこにないわ。この町に住んでいたとは思わなかったわ。マッチだけど。
Okay, let's see if there's anything else.
前に話しこの間この町にもともと校長先生お元気かしら。そうそう一つ思い出したことがあるわ。
Actually, I just remembered something new. But
思い出話よ。
it's just another story from the good old days. I'm sure it probably will be very important. What is it?
ただの思い出話よ。
Yes.
ただの
Okay. Do I need to?
金田五郎との思い出話なんて。
Oh no, I didn't really cross paths with Goro Kaneda. What?
もともとそう私たちある日
Oh,
足を
this
く
was
じい
new.
た女の子が校長先生の車に乗せてもらったの。
Okay, wait.
それが裏へ
Yes, it's about Principal Urabe, this story. Most female students back then had a thing for Principal
楽
Urabe.
しかった。
One day, a girl sprained her ankle and he drove her home in his car. We were so jealous.
そのことを思い出しただけ
That's
よ。
all. It's a small but nice memory. In his car?
立派な黒い乗用車よ。女性との憧れの的だったの。
It was a chic black sedan. We admired him a lot.
校長は15年前黒い乗用車に。
Urabe drove a black car 15 years ago? Okay. Did he do it? why though? What would be his reasoning to have killed Genjiro? Did he loan Urabe money? I'm sorry. Did Urabe owe him money? Is that why he like helped out Tazaki? Was because he like was like, I've been in your shoes before, I've owed people money, and so I will like vouch for you. And he was, well, unless we find out somebody else has a black car, he was seen driving away from the scene of the crime. What if he just was picking somebody up? Like, he was the getaway vehicle. Or someone called him, maybe he was like Hibino, and he's like, teacher, I need your help, please, meet me here, pick me up. And then like, and then Urabe picked him up and was on the way out or something. I don't know. Okay.
校長先生。さやか。
Yeah, she's late.
何待ちか。お電話。
I wonder if now if I use the phone, if that changes anything.
I
told you everything, I know. Why is Sayaka so late? I guess I heard everything she knows. I hope Sayaka has more to say. Oh, a phone call. I bet it's Sayaka. It was the wrong number. That's weird. I feel like I'm wasting my time here. What should I do? There's a huge TV. That's it? Why is making things hard? Burnsie, what are you working on? I know I've said this before, but she looked different. Now let's... Oh, can I like... Must be missing something. It's gonna update my overlay a little, but nothing looks right. Oh no! I'm sure whatever it is, it'll be great. Where is Sayaka?
が捨てたマッチだ。ショットバーサンボラ。
Oh, I'm calling the wrong number.
俺
Oops.
は
I was doing 777. It's 007. My bad.
はいサンボラです
Thanks for calling Bar Sambora.
もしもし。
Hello, it's Avocado.
おおあんたかゴロさんが殺されちまったな
Oh, Avocado. I heard Goro was killed. Crazy.
店はその話で持ちきりだよかったら来なよ
It's all anyone in the bar is talking about. You're welcome to swing by if you'd like.
あ、それじゃこれからお邪魔します。
Thank you. I'll come right over.
ああ待ってるぜ
Okay, I'll be here. Okay.
ちょっと出かけてきます。
I was wondering, but I kept looking away when you dialed the number. Yeah, that's my bad. Runner, thank you for those bits. I appreciate it. Something's come up, but I'll be back.
ちょっとどこへ行くのよ。
Where are you going? Well, I mean, you're wasting my time, Ryoko. I got places to be.
こんにちは。
Hello.
おお来たか
There you are. Oops.
お客さんたちも驚いてるよ
The customers are pretty shocked too.
その名前はゴロさんが殺されちまうとはな
Can't believe Goro was killed.
やあ、また会ったね。
Hi, it's you again.
まさか殺されるとは。
I can't believe he was killed.
誰だいそりゃ。僕に聞くだけ無駄だと思うよ。怖い世の中だね。
What a dangerous world we're in.
まさか何かな？
Oh. This lady's wearing a lot of makeup. He was here yesterday. He must be a regular.
店の隅にテレビがある。
There's a TV in the corner of the bar.
店の隅にテレビがある。
There's a TV in the corner of the bar, yes.
店の隅に
なんだいゴロさんが
What? Why is the TV important? And why hasn't that changed like a
ゴロ
dialogue
さんが
option?
また来るようになったのには
There was a reason why he started coming in again.
ゴロさんが
Yeah, you mentioned it the other day.
その名前その名ゴロさんが
店の隅。ボトルが並んでいる。手がかりになるよ。渋いグラスが並んでいる。昨日もいた。ちょっと店の隅に。
何かな？まさか
今日ここのテレビで見たときはびっくりしちゃったわよ。
I can't believe he was killed. I was surprised to see it on the TV here.
怖い世の中だね。まったく。
What a dangerous world we're in.
僕に聞くだけ無駄。僕に聞くだけ。怖い世の中。
This part was a little annoying. I hear like cheers and stuff. Is there like another TV on?
店の隅。店の隅。
何かな?
Oops, wrong one. No, I meant to hit bartender.
なんだい? 何がその名その名五郎さんが
店の隅店の隅
Balto! Hey, and Balto, you're using the new emote. I think you are the only person who has access to it currently. So congratulations. I love seeing it. TVH. But I hope your day's going well. We're just trying to solve a murder. Let's go to Ryoko's house. Let's go back.
どこへ行ってたの？さやかはまだだけど。
Where were you? Sayaka still hasn't arrived yet. I wonder now if I look at the TV. TBH. There's a huge TV. Okay, that's it. Maybe I need to go back.
やっぱり。このマッチは。
このお店に行ってます。
Wait. Oh. I'm going to this bar. Please give me a call when Sayaka arrives. What? A bar?
あそこ知り合いの店なんです。
I know the
話
owner.
が聞けそうなので。
I may be able to learn something there.
ああ、そういうこと。
Oh, I see.
わかったわ。預かっておくわね。
Okay, I'll hold on to this.
それじゃあお願いします。
Thank you. Okay, so maybe I should have done that before.
世話しないやつだな。ゆっくりしていけ。
Relax. No need to rush. Let's try it all again.
その名その名そうだ。
Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. I remember why Goro started coming here again. Woo! Just takes him a few times when you to ask.
確か8日前だったかな。久々に五郎さんが来た時のことだ。
He showed up for the first time in a while around 8 days ago.
うちはご覧の通り馴染みの客ばかりだから。
As you can see, our customers are mostly
お客さん
regulars.
の注文があれば、野球のシーズンには音を切ってテレビをつけとくんだ。
If someone requests it, I'll put baseball games on the TV without the sound.
その日、一人で飲みながらテレビをぼーっと見てた五郎さんがいきなり立ち上が
Goro
って
was drinking alone
こう言ったん
and
だ。
watching TV when he suddenly stood up and said,
俺にもまた月が回ってきたみたいだぜって。
Hahaha, it seems my luck has returned.
テレビを見てですか？
While watching TV?
ああ、そうだ。で、そのまま帰っちまったんだ。
Yeah, and then he left.
9時頃だったと思うよ。
I think it was around 9
ここ
p.m.
からテレビは見えねえから何を見たのかわかんねえけど。
You can't see the TV from this angle, so I don't know what he was talking about. Oh, from the angle of the bar, he can't see the TV. Watching a baseball game. Okay.
五郎さん、何を見たんだろう。
I wonder what he
月は
saw.
本物みたいだったが。
Whatever it was, he was right about his luck.
それからだ。 五郎さんがよく来るようになったのは。本当に運が向いてきたみたいだったぜ。
He started coming here a lot like he'd won big on a lottery ticket.
おっと、電話だ。
Oh, I gotta get the phone. Look at that animation. He's walking.
It's
for you.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Oh, okay, thank you.
もしもし
Hello?
桂木です。さやかから駅に着いたって電話があったの。迎えに行くから留守番頼まれてくれない？
This is Ryoko. Sayaka called from the station and needs me to go pick her up. Can you come back now?
はい、すぐ戻ります。
Okay, will do.
それじゃ待ってるから。
Alright, see you soon.
マスター、お邪魔しました。
Thanks for everything, Mr. Kato.
ああ、またな。河合によろしくな。
Yep, see you around. Tell Kawai I said hi. Was there like...
すぐ戻るから上がって待ってて。
I'll be right back. Please make yourself at home. Is there like... No one has mentioned baseball. Maybe this is all a misunderstanding. What if instead of... Maybe she's not the girl who stands behind, but she's the girl who stands behind. Like... She stands... behind. She stands behind. I don't know. Nobody has mentioned anything about baseball. What if the principal is like in a commercial? Advertising the school. And it was just like in between commercial and the baseball game, he saw them. Or they caught a ball. Or something. Okay. I'll be right back. Please make yourself at home.
はい、わかりました。
Stands be high.
Stands be high. Runner, thank you for those bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Okay. Is this the same murder? Sorry, Balto, I just saw this. This is a... I don't remember. I don't think you popped in last weekend. If I recall. Maybe you did. This is different from the one a while back where it's like inheritances and all that. This is a different one. This involves a ghost girl. So, it's different. What did Goro see on TV 8 days ago? Well, let's check the TV. I like the style of this room. There's even a big TV. There's a huge TV. Okay. Call engage the TV. Oh. The bartender said it was around this time that Goro was watching TV. Maybe. Let me turn on the TV. Perfect. A baseball game just finished. Oh, a news program started.
こんばんは。今日のニュースの時間です。それでは最初のニュースです。本日午後2時頃、
奈川県崎浜市の国道で止まっていた乗用車にトラックが衝突。さらに後続の車1台がトラックに追突する事故が発生しました。
It looks like there was
こ
an
の事故
accident.
により止まっていた乗用車に乗っていた
I wish
崎
this
浜
part
市の会
was
社員2名が死亡。ト
Such
ラックを
a
運転していた
scary
男
world.
性が重傷。
ただいま。
I'm back.
あら、テレビを見てたのね。
You're watching
連れて
TV?
きたわよ。
Here she is.
はじめまして、石橋製菓です。大体の話は涼子から聞いております。
Nice to meet you. I'm Sayaka Ishibashi. Ryoko told me what's happened. Such a tragedy.
はじめまして。宇津木探偵事務所の探偵です。よろしくお願いします。
Yes, pleased to meet you. I'm Avocado from Utsugi Detective Agency. Thank you for making time for me. Oh, man. Did he see something on the news? Maybe Urabe was getting like an award or something, and it was brought because he has awards, right, in his office. What if he was getting an award and it was on TV and he saw it and he was like, "That's the guy." He had a car, a black car. Okay.
お気の毒です。
I feel sorry for her.
忍の失踪が元になった噂ですね。今でも騒がれているとは知りませんでした。
The rumor started from Shinobu's disappearance. I didn't know that people were still talking about it.
忍たちとは中学から一緒でした。二人のことはよく知っています。
I met them in junior high and knew them very well.
忍がグレたことには私も心を痛めました。
It was hard to see Shinobu become a
その
troublemaker,
結果、あんな事件に巻き込まれたなんて。
and that it led to such a tragic incident. It's so sad.
金田事件の時、自殺してしまった内田照彦さんの息子が忍の幼なじみ、たっちゃんです。
Her childhood friend Tatsu was the son of Teruhiko Uchida, who committed suicide after the Kaneda incident. Tatsu?
私たちは内田くんをたっちゃんと呼んでいました。
We called him Tatsu.
ちゃん。ならばイニシャルは TU。
Tatsu, his initials are TU. Okay, you
あ
got
ま
more
り
for
目
me?
立たない人でしたが、中学時代の彼は明るくてとても心優しい男の子
He
で
was
した。
humble but cheerful and kind
そ
back
んなた
then.
っちゃんがあの事件でどれだけ傷ついたことかと思う。
He didn't deserve to suffer so much from the incident.
評判の悪い人でしたが、殺されてしまうとは。
I know he had a bad reputation, but I still can't believe he was
気の
killed.
毒です。
I feel sorry for him.
お気の毒です。涼子と同じように私も憧れていました。本当に素敵な方ですから。
I admired him, just like Ryoko did. He really is a great person.
涼子と同じお役に立ちたいと思っております。
I want to help you however I can. Okay, let's start from the top.
お気の毒です。忍の失踪が元になった噂ですね。あんなす、でも。
Oops. I still can't believe that Shinobu fell in with the wrong crowd. It was a huge shock to me.
一番ショックだったのはやはりたっちゃんだと思います。
But I guess Tatsu was shocked the most.
二人は小さい頃から仲が良かったそうです。
They had been close since they were little. I think he
その頃から忍が好きだった
liked
んだと思い
Shinobu
ま
back
す。
then. Side note. Tatsuya! wiping my hands off of this because such a great detective. So, okay. Oh my gosh. So... okay, so... Oh, that kind of makes sense. I guess it kind of makes sense. So Komada didn't know Uchida because Uchida moved away. He left town and came back with a different name, or at least a different last name, which would make sense, maybe. Oh, okay, wait. I think we're about to learn more, but she just said that he was the most shocked from Shinobu becoming a bit more what did it say? Hold on. What did she just say? He was shocked the most that she fell into the wrong crowd. They had been close since they were little, I think. He liked Shinobu back then. So he sees his love falling into the wrong crowd. Something happens, and he kills the dad. Maybe I'm right. Maybe he called the principal guy or his teacher, and his teacher like picked him up and took him away. And that's why Urabe was there. But what happened to... What if they're both involved? What happened to... Shinobu? Because she was still alive. She was taken to the school. Okay. What if? Or, I don't know. What if Shinobu killed... Okay. What if Shinobu killed Genjiro for some reason? No, that wouldn't make sense. Or would it? Okay, here's my thought process. I was like, what if, in this case, maybe Shinobu kills Genjiro? Tatsu, we'll call him Tatsu now, really likes Shinobu, wants to protect her, calls the teacher, they, like, take her out of there, you know, to, like, get her out of the situation. She was covered in blood. Tatsu leaves town. I mean, his dad committed suicide. Well, he has reason for wanting to kill Goro and everybody. So maybe, but why would they take Shinobu? Maybe because she witnessed it? Why would they take Shinobu, and what would happen to Shinobu at the school that maybe she would die? Because she was seen alive at the school. She was seen alive, so maybe something happened to her there. Because again, I submit that she is buried in the walls of the school. I don't know. Okay, let's learn more. I need to learn more about this conversation. I haven't seen Tatsu since he moved out of town, distraught. That's all I know about them.
はい、十分です。貴重な情報をありがとうございました。
This is very helpful. I appreciate you coming out to tell me.
お気の毒で涼子と同じようにお役に立ちたいと思っそういえば8日前陽子さんの事件を知った9時頃のニュースで
Oh? By the way, when I learned of Yoko's death on the 9 p.m. news about 8 days ago, so specific, I saw Principal Urabe being interviewed. He looked so grief-stricken.
とても悲しそうでしたわ。
Okay, again, he was still in the car. We know that. Or, well, we assume that. He was in the car. He has a black sedan. So it makes sense that Goro saw him on the news. Maybe Goro saw Urabe on TV.
ねえ、さやか、荷物を置いてきなさいよ。部屋に案内するわ。
Sayaka, I'll show you to your room. Why don't you put your stuff in there?
ごめんなさいね。ちょっと失礼します。
We'll be right back.
2人とも多くの忍の幼馴染は内田照彦の息子だった。
Shinobu's childhood friend was the son of Teruhiko Uchida. His initials are. His nickname was Tatsu. His initials could be TU. He's surely suspicious. Wait. Goro saw Urabe on TV. Did Urabe sell his home to give money to Goro? And Urabe's initials are also... Yeah, but Tatsu, buddy. Why can't... I don't know. I hear voices. Didn't I turn off the TV? Well, it was off a second ago. Oh, the TV is off. I guess it's just Ryoko and Sayaka talking in the back. Excuse me, what are you two doing back there?
ごめんなさい。中学の卒業アルバムを見せてもらってたの。
Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, we're looking at a yearbook from junior high. Did she say yearbook? There's got to be a photo of Shinobu and Uchida in there. Ah! Oh, no, we're about to find out about Tatsuya. He, what's his last name? Hibino. May I take a look at the yearbook?
どうぞ。そのために持ってきたんですから。
Of course, that's why I brought it with me.
このクラスにたっちゃんがいるはずですよ。
There he is! In the middle, right? Second row. Second guy on the right, right? Tatsu should be somewhere on this page. This is... He's...
そう、それがたっちゃん、内田達也くんです。
Yes, that's Tatsuya Uchida. Isn't this Hibino? But the name says Tatsuya Uchida. How is that possible? Dun dun dun.
翌日、僕は人のいない校長室で日比野先生に話を聞くことにした。
The next day, I decided to talk to Mr. Hibino privately in the principal's office. It seems like a bad day.
そんなことまで調べてきたのか。
Okay. I can't believe you dug this deep into my past. Okay. Tell me what you know, buddy. That's gonna happen. Okay.
確かに僕は内田照彦の息子だ。
You're right. I'm Teruhiko Uchida's son.
日比野というのは母の旧姓だ。
Hibino is my mother's maiden
転
name.
校をきっかけに母方の日比野の姓を名乗るようになった。
I've used Hibino ever since I moved away from this town as a kid. He looks mad when I asked him about
僕
Goro.
の父は金田事件の容疑者として手配され、
Oh, I also forget that his father was accused of murder.
死体で見つかった。
My father became a suspect in Kaneda's murder, and then he was found dead.
僕の名字が変わったのは母が世間体を気にしたからだ。
My mother changed my family name in order to protect me from public attention. She's since passed away, though.
あの金田のせいで父はあいつさえ現れなければ。
Kaneda. That guy ruined my father's life. If only we never met him. Hold on, let me read. No, okay.
「父は犯人じゃない。そんなことはありえない。
My father's not the killer. That's not possible.
父は人を疑うことを知らないような人だった。
My father was too trusting of others for his
あ
own
の
good.
金田は利用したんだ。
Kaneda exploited him for his own benefit.
金田のせいで父は全てを失ってしまった。
Because of Kaneda, my father lost everything.
父は
And in the end, my father
追い詰められ、自ら命を。
left with no other options. He took his own life.
父が人を殺せるような人間じゃないことぐらい僕は分かっている。
My father would be the last person to kill someone. There's no question about that. He's getting angry villain eyes.
源次郎のようなくだらないやつでも絶対殺したりはしないよ。
Genjiro was horrible, but even he couldn't turn my father into a murderer.
父を亡くした僕を支えてくださったのが他ならぬ浦部校長なんだ。
Principal Urabe was the one who supported me when I was reeling from the loss of my father. You mean by driving you away from the scene of the crime? Support? That kind of
校
support?
長と父は学生時代からの友人だったんだ。
Ah. He and my father had been friends since they were students. Ever since the
校長
incident,
は何かと力になってくださった。
the principal has helped me with whatever I needed.
心の支えだったよ。
He was my emotional support and getaway
僕が
driver.
ここの教師となれたのも
I wouldn't be teaching if it weren't for him.
校長のおかげだ。校長は
He's a remarkable person.
五郎と知り合って忍は変わってしまった。事件に巻き込まれる前から。
Shinobu changed after she met Goro, even before the
僕
incident.
の知っている浅川忍は
She wasn't the same person I grew up with.
奴は死んだそうだな。
I heard he died.
金田親子。あいつらは人間のクズだ。
The Kanedas, they're both trash. got something in his throat and he's trying to clear it. Okay, let me think.
日々の金田親子への憎しみは相当なものだ。
Hibino really despises the Kanedas.
五郎が殺された日のアリバイを聞いてみなければ。
I should ask Hibino what he was doing when Goro was killed. I feel like this is this will be something.
念のために聞かせてください。金田五郎が殺された時、どこで何をしていらっしゃいましたか？
Mr. Hibino, just to be sure, where were you and what were you doing when Goro was killed? I'd like to mention I did see the hair swoop, I thought.
確かに僕には十分な動機がある。おまけにアリバイ。
I know what you're thinking. I have a motive and no alibi, but
あんな奴らがどうなろうと構わないじゃないか。
Who cares what happened to those pieces of trash? So you're saying you don't have an alibi? He seems fine. Look, you're not helping your case, buddy.
何を話せ。
What do you want to hear?
金田源次郎が殺された現場から走り去った黒い乗用車の持ち主を脅していたと考えられます。
My guess is that Goro threatened the guy who drove away in a black sedan from the scene of Genjiro's murder.
その人物は
The man in that sedan might have been Principal Urabe.
おい、まさか本気で校長を。
Wait, do you really think that the principal was?
一つ言っておく。
Let me tell you something.
なぜそんなバカなことを思いついたのかは知らないし、僕を疑うならそれでいい。
I don't know how you came up with this dumb theory, and I don't care if you suspect me.
だが、校長を侮辱することは僕が許さない。絶対にだ。
But I will never, ever forgive anybody who insults the principal. Never! If this was me in this moment, I'd be like, so how long should I stay in this room before I leave? If I leave now, it's a little too awkward, so I should probably wait a little bit before I walk out of the room. And how long do I wait? Hibino was the son of Teruhiko Uchida, and Hibino really despises the Kanedas. In which case, was it Hibino? But at this point, it makes more sense that Urabe did it. The last chapter? Madness! Oh no. Who's Madness? So... I don't see any students outside, probably because it's about to rain. Okay, so I think... Man. Okay. Let me get some thoughts together. My gut is telling me, and it could be wrong, my gut is telling me that it probably was Hibino. He has, like he said, he has the motive and no alibi, right? But he was 16. But his father died and his best friend was like changing for the worst. There's still so many things that I don't understand though in this theory though. And I think I've said it before. I think Detective Jet back at it again. I think my thought is Hibino probably did it. Like he said, Urabe helped him out. Plays Detective Conan theme. I wish that wasn't copyright protected. I assume it is. I think it's Hibino. I think Urabe helped him leave the scene. Because we know Urabe was there. Gosh, but no, maybe it is Urabe. Earlier, he said that he would do anything to protect his students. And he means anything, including murder, maybe. But it's kind of been too obvious to be him. I think, okay, this is what I imagine is happening. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to just try to get out one theory without backtracking. Okay, I think it's Hibino. He has the motive. He has the lack of an alibi. His father killed himself. His best friend started changing or whatever. I think he calls Urabe, tells him to pick up both himself and Shinobu, or that they need help or something. Urabe picks him up, takes him to the school. They're inside of the school. That is when Hayama sees Shinobu in the window. That is also when Urabe... Well, okay, there's something that I'm a little confused with. I guess, no, Tazaki and Urabe saw each other at the school. If I recall. Right? Or maybe that's not true. Because Tazaki in his alibi said that the principal came in to check on him at like midnight or something, or later in the night, and saw that the wall was done. But he didn't actually work on the wall until the morning. So maybe he did see... I'm confused whether they actually saw each other or not. Like, I don't know if Tazaki just fixed the wall very late and then eventually just confessed to Urabe later and was like, hey, I said this thing. And Urabe's like, I'll cover for you. Because that would also be a convenient... Part of me is like, that would be a convenient alibi for Urabe, right? If he was like, no, Tazaki and I saw each other. Our alibis are solid now, because we are fine. Though, okay, we don't know... What makes this difficult is we don't know where Hibino was that night. He could have been at the crime scene, or he could have just been at home. Maybe it's only Urabe and Shinobu that are involved. Like, maybe... But we don't know why Urabe would have been involved at the time, besides the fact that his students were getting involved with the Kanedas. And he said that he would protect them no matter what. But that was around the time that... No. His wife died 30 years ago. Oh, unless one of them is like their kid or something. And this hasn't been said at this point. Like, if Shinobu is his child, then that makes way more sense. But, I don't know. No, that can't be. That's not right. Because Shinobu has to be, is definitely not his kid. It's not his long-lost kid or something like that. And he just put her up for adoption. Because she actually looks like her cousins. So, there is a relation there. I don't know. I'm saying is Hibino with the candlestick in the Kaneda mansion. But I don't know. I could be wrong. This one I feel less sure about than I did about the missing heir, because I feel like we just don't know a lot of things still. There's still so many strings left to be unraveled. Anyway, I don't see any students outside, probably because it's about to rain.
Okay,
that's what I just said. Ooh, what was that? The wind sounds like weeping as it blows through the air. And that's why this is my favorite compared to the missing heir. It's less obvious. That's fair. I don't know. Hold on. Let me just look at everybody again. Who looks like a murderer? I mean, I think Hibino, again, he has such hatred for the Kanedas that it's like, it's very suspicious. I feel like Shinobu, that's still up in the air. Like, people are still seeing someone at the school, and that's really weird. And again, I don't think she's alive and like living in the halls of the school, because how is she being fed unless somebody's bringing her food or something? Just seems like a lot. Bro, what the Canadians ever done? I don't know. The funny thing is, Burns, you may have missed it. They made we were like, oh, have you heard of the Kaneda incident? And somebody was like, what about Canada? So that's hilarious. I love it. Goro Canada. He's dead. I mean, I would be surprised. Again, I don't think it's Komada, because they already pulled that joke. Kojima, I don't even think she's involved, really. Or Akie. So we learned Teruhiko is... that's the father. That's Tatsuya's father. Was it because of Terrence and Philip again? Probably. Lost the factory. He ran due to Genjiro's Kaneda's fraud. Ryoko, she's been helpful. Tazaki, I think, has been ruled out. Hayama, I think she's weird. But she also saw a lot of trauma when she was little, so that's probably why. Okay, Tetsuya. Uchida and Hibino were the same person. Turns out to be the son of Teruhiko Uchida. Sayaka Ishibashi, a woman who attended the same junior high school as Shinobu Uchida. Hitomi. Urabe. What? Okay, let's review all of Urabe's stuff. Backed up Tazaki's alibi during the Kaneda case. Respected by both teachers and students alike for being a talented educator. Spotted by Jet in town with a strange man. Believed Tazaki and backed up his false alibi. Someone who is obviously adored by the people around him. Seems to know the strange man. Supposedly out on a business trip. That's right, he's been out on a business trip. Won't be back for a while. He was out on a business trip the night that Goro died. Suspicious. Recently sold his house. Has been living alone after his wife died young. Knew Goro Kaneda. Drove a black car 15 years ago. 8 days ago, Urabe appeared on TV for an interview about Yoko's death. Okay, I would like to point out, Mizuno has the same hair as Hitomi. They have the same, and look, these guys also look very similar. Okay, I'm gonna say Hibino did it. Urabe was not the murderer, but helped them out, either leave the crime scene or something. I think the car seems like it's a smoking gun in a way, but I think that it's too obvious, right? It's not that he was at the scene of the crime and was leaving. I think it's that he was helping somebody out because he has too soft of a heart. I think he's going to be like, I did it because I care for my students. I helped them out, maybe. Or is it going to be like he killed them? He killed the Kanedas because he cares so much. His problem is that he loves too much. Something like that. That's his one weakness. I don't know. All right. Nobody's around. Okay. Sorry, I needed to process all of that. I'm a bit of a verbal processor. If you guys have not picked up on that. Oh, the painting changed. You guys can't see it. Painting changed from a tiger to looks like a cityscape with Mount Fuji, something with water, the sun, and something is floating in the air, it looks like. Excuse me.
Oh, kimi ka.
Oh, hi, Avocado.
何を深刻な顔しとるんじゃ。さては昨日のことを根に持ったでな。
Why do you look so serious? Are you still mad at me about yesterday?
いえ、そんなことないです。
No, not really.
誰に殺され
Wonder who killed him. Honestly, same, buddy.
気にするな言うとるじゃろが。
I'm telling you, forget it. Look, I know.
校長が犯人かもしれんじゃと。
Do
ま
you
だ
think
そん
that it
なア
was
ホ
the
なこと言うとる
principal?
んか。
That's nonsense.
特にないわい。
Nothing to say about the new painting. Just gonna check.
桂木さんから聞きました。当時の校長の車は黒い乗用車だったんですね。
Thunder. I heard from Miss Katsuragi. The principal was driving a black sedan back then.
そうじゃ。じゃが黒い車なんて珍しいもなんともないわい。おまけに
That's true. But there are tons of black sedans out there. Plus,
校長は出張で遠いところにおられる。どうやってゴロを殺せるんじゃ。
he's out of town now. How could he possibly kill Goro? Well, Goro also lives one town over. He's out, so he had to go out of town.
第一、あの浦部校長が人殺しなわけないじゃろうが。
I'm telling you, the principal will be the last person to kill someone.
話にならん。わしはもう帰る。
Such nonsense. I'm leaving. You see, that's also one of the things that makes me think it's not Urabe, is because they're like, man, this guy would not kill somebody. And they've said it so many times, it's almost like I'm starting to believe them because they're almost making it too obvious, right? It's like, well, all these signs are pointing to Urabe, but it makes me think it's not him. Which maybe I should be thinking it is him because everyone's saying it's not him. But I think it's like a reverse psychology type of situation. All right, such nonsense. I'm leaving. And he turns the light off?
確かに黒い車なんてありふれている。しかも浦部校長は出張中だ。
Also, I don't like that they turned my back around. Is someone going to be behind me? Reverse psychology, I know. It's a what is The Princess Bride? Doesn't kind of like the Battle of Wits, doesn't he call it something? He's like, oh, it's he calls the logic something, right? He's like, oh, it's the doesn't he call it something where it's just like where it's like, oh, you're making me think that it's this, but it's actually this. But you know that do you guys know what I'm talking about? Love this movie so much. No, you're good. The bit with the poison? Yeah. No, I thought, doesn't he call it something? So I guess he doesn't. I'm looking at the script right now. Maybe he doesn't call it a thing, but I thought he was, when Dread Pirate Roberts and, Vizzini? Was that his name? Where they're doing the poison bit. There's like, isn't there a moment, I thought there was, where Vizzini says, it's the classic, like, logic puzzle thing. And I thought that had like a name where he's like, you're trying to think, you know that I would think that you'd put the poison in that cup, but I know that this, so therefore the poison is in this one, but I'm looking at it, kind of just skimming it. I don't think there is. I love this movie, but I can't remember. So anyway, forget all of that. Forget that aside. Anyway, all right. It's true. Black cars are quite common. Plus, Urabe is away on a business trip. Also, is there someone behind me? Is there someone going to be behind me? I feel like someone's going to be behind me, but we'll see. If Urabe was away on his business trip at the time Goro was killed, he has an alibi, kind of. If that's the case, does that mean it was Hibino? I feel like Shinobu's portrait is trying to speak to me. Oh, okay. It changed positions. Maybe we're okay. Do I just travel? Okay. Hey, this teacher's here. The music's getting really intense and somber. Oh, Avocado, Mr. Hibino just came by. He looks rather grim. Do you know what happened to him? Please solve the case quickly and take a load off the principal's shoulders. Do you know if anything happened to him? Sorta.
この間怪我をした生徒の様子を見てくると言って少し前に出かけられましたよ。
She said she was going to see the student who got injured the other day.
校長は出張中だとこの間言いませんでしたっけ?
Didn't I tell you the other day that the principal was on a business trip?
一雨来そうな天気ですな。
That was the same day she left to the hospital the same day that Goro died. It's not related, is it?
そうだ。確か葉山先生は生徒の事故のことを校長に連絡すると言っていた。
I just remembered Hayama said she was going to tell Urabe about the student's
葉山
accident.
先生に話を聞ければ、浦部のアリバイははっきりする。
I can ask Hayama about Urabe's alibi. Whoops.
ここにはいないよ。ここにはいないよ。
Do you get a bad ending? I don't think so. The last game only had one, I believe.
葉山先生。すすり泣くよ。葉山先生。誰もいない。
Let me in. I want to go.
壁だ。
I want to go into the building. Or investigate this wall so bad.
葉山先生に話を聞ければ。
Yeah, where is she though?
葉山先生。そばにあたる。
Open? I can't move it.
手がかりになる。誰もいない。
So I can't call out to anybody here. Okay, let's go back to the faculty lounge.
Oh,
oh, it's you. It is.
葉山先生。
Okay, let's re-ask him things.
早く校長は何があったんだ。
葉山先生は今日はもうこちらに戻られないんですか？
Will Miss Hayama come back here today?
一度戻るとはおっしゃってましたよ。
She said she would.
いつ戻られるかまでは知りません。
But I don't know when. I see.
さて、雨が降る前に帰るとしますかな。
Well, I should go home before it rains.
いつ戻る？校長は出張中。
Principal is still away on his trip.
一雨き。
Looks like it's gonna rain.
葉山先生に話を。
Okay, let me just double check.
早く
Anything?
校長。何があった？いつ戻る？校長は人は。
Okay, I think we're done here.
葉山先生。
Let me look at. Oops.
葉山先生。
Surroundings.
職員室だ。ここにはいない。
Art room?
では私も帰るとしますか。
Okay, I'm taking off. I just.
妙な胸騒ぎがするのはこの天気のせいですかな。
I just have a bad feeling about all this. I hope I'm wrong. Thanks for the vote of confidence, teacher.
誰もいない。
No one's here. Okay. Faculty lounge? Can I go back now? Spoopy!
誰もいない。
No one's here.
誰もいない。ここにはいない。
They don't seem to be here.
そばには。ここにはいない。浦部校長が。そばには。
The suspense.
この時計は壊れてるんだったな。 いわゆる事務授業の予定表のよ。天気のせいか。
It's dark outside. Must be from the bad weather. Okay. Mickey DTV! Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. And also a fist bump while we're at it. Mickey D and everybody from over there, thank you for being here, and thank you for coming on the raid. If you would like a fist bump, go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam! Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming. What game is this? Dorfromantic. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I don't know what kind of game that is or anything, but I hope it was fun. I hope your stream was good. We are, welcome CMG. We are currently playing, we are currently playing Famicom Detective Club. The Girl Who Stands Behind. Long time no chat, finished a bit early tonight, so I figured I'd raid. Oh, awesome. I will say, we are on the very, very last chapter and probably about to solve this case. In the case, you are wanting to play this or somebody else is wanting to play this, sadly, might be a good time to leave in the case you don't want any spoilsies, but we're probably going to get to the end here very shortly. But the gist of this game is that there was like a rumor of a ghost girl roaming the hallways. It seemed to be tied in with like a murder case from 15 years ago. Dorf was like a puzzle city builder game. Ooh, that sounds fun, actually. Very chill stuff. I love it. I like that. That sounds great. I love puzzle games. So, and chill games. So that sounds like it could be up my alley. I'll have to check it out. But, man, this case has been, like, windy and, like, there's, I don't know. There's a lot going on. Some of the teachers might have been involved with, like, murdering somebody. It's hard to say at this point. But we are currently in, like, the last stretch of the game. So, we'll figure it out here soon. But it says, all right, our friend, Ayumi. Oh, you're here, Jet.
Ayumi-san, 実は...
Ayumi, I have to tell you something.
ごめんなさい。これから英語のテストなの。
Sorry, I gotta go take an English test right now. Probably not right now.
こんな時間から?
A test? This late?
田崎さんの実家へ行った日にテストがあったらしいの。
I skipped a mandatory test the day I went to Mr. Tazaki's hometown.
後で事務所へ寄ってみる。それにしても、
Oh my gosh.
嫌なお天気ね、今日。
I'll swing by your office later. By the way, it's so gloomy today.
こんな日に学校にいると、陽子の言葉通り、私
no,
の
it
後
makes
ろ
me
に
feel like what Yoko said was right.
後ろの少女が立ってる気がする。あの日もこんなお天気だったの。
That the girl who stands behind is behind me. The weather was gloomy like this that day.
忍さんはやっぱり今もこの学校のどこかに
She might be right. Somewhere in this school.
本当にいるのかもしれないね。
Shinobu might still be here.
じゃあ後でね。
Anyway, see you later. Bye. I gotta go take a test now. Oh my gosh. Who's the English teacher? Have they said? We don't know who the English teacher is. You're done fiddling? How do you feel about your overlay? Hayama? What does she teach? Biology. I'll be here until the morning. Oh no. Does Hibino teach English? He's the only teacher that we've talked to that we don't know what subject he teaches. Ah!
忍さんは今でもきっと
Shinobu
牛光高校のある場所にいます。
is still somewhere in Ushimitsu High School. Decided to leave for now, but I was messing with some of the other new features. Ooh. Anything we'll see tomorrow? Yoko's words. Did she mean
彼女が後ろの少女としてさまよっているという意味なのだろうか。
Shinobu is here as a ghost? As the girl who stands behind?
葉山先生が見た
Wait.
血染めの少女は
If the bloody girl that Hayama saw was actually
やはり怪我をした忍だったら
an injured Shinobu,
あの夜黒い
then
車
she
で
must have
学校へ
been
運ばれ
brought
て
to
きた
the
はずだ。
school in a black car. Ooh.
もしや陽子は忍の死体が学校のどこかに今でも隠されていると。
Was Yoko saying that Shinobu's body is buried somewhere in the school? I hope so. I also got some Gatorade to try tomorrow. I hope you're not disappointed. I like Gatorade. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited to see. What flavor did you get? What color? What color did you get? Is also important. Okay. But my first priority is to confirm Urabe's alibi. Ooh, nice. The only one they had? Does it say what, is it like Arctic something? Or what is it? What's the, no, I think the Arctic one is white, right? I forget what the blue one is called. What does it say? Okay, cool blue. I think that's a good choice. I think that's a good choice. I think blue is popular. I'm pretty sure. If it's the same flavor. So we need to find Hayama. Go to the faculty lounge now. No one's here. You did? Are you starting it tomorrow? It's good. I like it anyways. I actually need to go back and do some endgame stuff before the DLCs come out. Nice. I'm excited. Ooh, Burnsy, that's nice. I'm excited. No one is around anywhere. Okay, I guess I'm gonna start calling people. She's taking a test. Don't see Hayama. I was gonna ask if that had arrived yet. So it has not. Okay, now. Oh, and we can't call out to anybody. So let's go back to the faculty lounge. We'll call out people again. Hayama isn't here either?
浅川氏の
Okay, hold on.
誰もいない。人が通りそうな気配は
No
な
one
い。
would come to this part of the school.
こんなところにいたんじゃ、葉
I
山先
shouldn't
生
be
が戻
here.
ってきてもわから
If
な
I
い。
stay, I won't be able to tell if Hayama is back or not. Come to think of it,
あの夜、後ろの少女を見た葉山先生。
ooh, come to think of it, on the night she saw the girl who stands behind, why did
な
Hayama
ぜ遠回りしてこんなところを通ったのだろう。
take a detour and walk through here? Forgot about that.
田崎が塗った壁だ。手がかりになる。ゴミ箱だ。浅川忍が。
For some reason, I thought she said, like, she had gotten scared or something. And... Oh.
あら、
Oh. Avocado.
葉山先生。
Ms. Hayama?
何してるの？こんなところで。
What are you doing here, of all places?
浅川忍が。先生、
Ms.
浦部校
Hayama,
長に連絡はついたんですか？
were you able to talk to Principal Urabe?
それが全然連絡が取れないの。
Actually, I couldn't reach him.
出張先へ問い合わせてもそんな予定ないって。
Ah.
手違
I
いか
called
し
where
ら。
I called where he said he was going, but they told me there was no appointment. Do you think he made a mistake?
校長のアリバイが崩れた。
Urabe doesn't have an alibi?
全然連絡が取れなくて困ったわ。
I don't know where to find him. What should I do?
で、あなた何してるの？こんなとこ
By
ろ
the
で。
way, what are you doing here of all places?
先生こそなぜここへ？
I could ask the same question. Why are you here?
それが
Well,
誰かが通路に車を止めたからここを通らなきゃ帰れないのよ。
I had to go this way because someone parked a car in front of the gate.
どうしたんですか？
What is it?
そうか。
That's right.
あの夜わざわざここを通ったのは。
That night, I had to go through this path
あの
too.
夜も通路に車が止まっていたからよ。
Because someone parked a
だか
car
ら
at the
私
gate.
突
Just
然
like
こっちへ
today.
逃げたの。
That's why I went this way.
見覚えのある黒い車だったわよ。
It was a black car. It looked familiar to me. And
来た時は車なん
the
てなか
car
ったわ。
wasn't there when I came to school.
誰か後から来たようね。
So I guess someone came later in the day. Wait. It was a black car. It looked familiar to me, and the car wasn't there when I came to school. So I guess someone came later in the day. Wait, is she talking presently, or from when she was a kid? I guess both is fine. I mean, both. It's still weird. But if she's talking about the past, it makes sense what I was saying, where Urabe drove the car at the point, and yeah, like what I said in the past. I said it.
忍さんの死体が
Miss
学校の
Hayama.
どこかに隠されているかもしれませんよ。
Shinobu's body could be hidden somewhere in this school.
先生が目撃した後ろの少女はあの夜黒い車で学校へ連れてこられた。
The girl who stands behind that you saw was probably brought to school in a black car that night.
浅川忍だったのかもしれません。
It might have been Shinobu Asakawa.
忍さんが隠されているって一体どこに？
What do you mean Shinobu is hidden somewhere in the school? Where could she possibly...
きっとあそこよ。
Wait,
間違
I
い
think
な
I
い
know. I'm pretty sure...
私がどこだと思っているのかわか
Avocado!
る？
Can you guess where I'm thinking?
先生はもしや
Miss
ここだ
Hayama
と思ってるのでは？
is This where you're thinking?
そうこの壁よこれは犯人が塗ったのよ
Yes, this wall. The killer must have plastered the wall. Shinobu is in this wall? Wait, but it was Tazaki who worked on it.
もう一度田崎に会って確かめてみよう
I should go see Tazaki again to confirm his story.
田崎さんいらっしゃいますか
Oh no, is he dead? Mr. Tazaki, hello! Oh, no, he's on.
どうしたんじゃ
It's you again. What now?
あの夜あの壁を塗ったのは本当
Are
に
you
あなた
really the one who plastered the wall that night?
ああ間違いなくわしじゃよ
Yes, it was definitely me. But he said he was instructed to do it by Urabe, right?
まだわしを疑って
So I guess this means I'm still a suspect?
やはりあの壁は田崎が塗ったのか
So it's true he plastered the wall.
まだわしを
あの夜学校に車が止まっていませんでしたか
Did you notice a car parked at the school that night?
車じゃと誰かが学校へ来とったか
A car? Was there someone else at the school that night?
わかりませんその可能性があるんですが
I don't know yet. It's only a possibility.
いやわしは覚えがないな
No, I don't remember seeing any. But he says that he saw Urabe later. He came to check on him.
車か
So, I mean, he would have had to arrive in a car.
なぜ今さら壁のことなどわしに聞くんじゃまだわしを疑っとるのか
Why are you asking about the wall all of a sudden? You're not letting me off the hook anytime soon, are you?
実は壁の中に金田事件の決定的な証拠が隠されているのではと思って
The truth is, I have a hunch there's critical evidence in that wall. Specifically,
金田を刺した凶器と浅川忍の死体です
the weapon used in Genjiro Kaneda's murder and Shinobu Asakawa's body.
なんじゃと
What?
壁を塗ったのがあなたなら
But if you're sure about plastering the wall, then it's out of the question.
いやそうとは言い切れんぞ
Not necessarily. What happened with the takoyaki shop, Bernsey? Huh?
壁を塗ったのは確かにわしじゃ
I definitely worked on the wall, but
壁が固まり始めるまでには時間がかかるもんじゃ
it usually takes time for plaster to dry. If someone came right after I finished
壁
it,
土を取り除いて死体を隠してから塗り直すことは可能じゃ
it would be possible for them to take off the plaster, hide the body, and plaster it back. After 7 days, it finally left Shanghai. Dang. So it's taking a while.
あんたの推理は正しいかもしれ
You
ん
might be onto something here. Well, can you help me bust open the
あん
wall?
たの推理車に覚えよいや待て
Hold on.
あの壁に死体が隠されていた場合
If there is a body hidden inside that wall,
疑われるのは嘘のアリバイしかないこのわしじゃ
as the only person with a fake alibi, I'd be the prime suspect. Well, Urabe also has a fake alibi. Oh, come to think of it, I remember noticing something strange about my tools the next morning. It was like someone else had used them. I swear. Someone else? You might be onto something here. Whoops. Although, I wonder if it's possible for an amateur to plaster a wall so well that I don't notice. It's not impossible, but... We should tear down the wall. I'm gonna consult with Detective Utsugi. I'm begging you.
わしからも頼む。早く犯人を捕まえてくれ。わしはまた疑われる。いや、それより。
Please catch the killer as soon as possible. I'm tired of being suspected. And worse.
わしをかばってくださった浦部校長の名誉のために。
Look, I don't think Principal Urabe's honor is the only thing at stake here. Principal Urabe's honor is at stake for protecting me. I see. So you're saying that Shinobu's body may be in the wall at the old school building? Yes. Although there's no concrete proof of it. Okay. You know, I found out who the fountain pen belongs to.
その人物は五郎にゆすられていた。誰かはもう分かっているね。
It's someone Goro was threatening. You know who it is, right? The fountain pen belongs to... Ah, wait. Fountain pen. Fountain pen. I mean, okay. Oh no. Is it? Is it Urabe? Or is it... It seems... It's an old pen, is what they said. An old pen! I mean, I think he'll tell me if I'm wrong, obviously. But I want to get it right. I think it's... Oh, man, I think it's leading to be Tadashi. Let's say it.
マネースの持ち主は浦部正ですね。
Thank you for the lurk, Asher.
その通りだ。
Correct.
あれはかなり前、浦部が買い求め、TU とイニシャルを入れるように頼んだものだったよ。
Urabe bought the pen and had his initials engraved on it a long time ago. But it doesn't mean that it could be... It could still be Hibino. Just because he has his pen doesn't mean anything. Is the criminal really Urabe? I mean, somebody... Have you never borrowed a pen? It could be monogrammed. Detective, the wall! Hold on. Calm down. The police are looking for Urabe. I need to go help them.
壁の話はことが落ち着いてからにしよう。それじゃ行ってくるよ。
Let's figure out what to do with the wall after everything is settled down, okay? Alright, I have to go. Like, maybe Urabe gave Hibino the pen as like a going away gift, and Hibino has just kept it for years. I can't believe that the principal is the murderer. It didn't seem like he was lying when he told me about Yoko and Tazaki. But it's also possible that he used Tazaki's false alibi to protect himself. Does that mean he was planning to blame Tazaki if he came under suspicion? So the killer really is Principal Urabe? Wait a minute. If Urabe killed Goro, Yoko, and Shinobu to conceal his involvement in the Kaneda case, why did he have to kill Genjiro in the first place? That is a very good question. There would need to be some connection. Hello, Utsugi Detective Agency. Is this Avocado? I have some information for you. Oh, wait. Say what? Principal Urabe of Ushimitsu High School was a co-conspirator in Kaneda's scams.
なんだって
What?
もしもし、あなたは一体
What are you talking about? Hello? Who is this? I'm a guy with a deep hatred towards hypocrites like Urabe. In fact, he's at the school right now.
もしもし
What did you say? Hello?
なんだ今の電話は
Who was that? His voice was familiar, but I can't place it. It kind of sounded like the art teacher, maybe.
やはり浦部が全ての殺
If
人
what he said was true,
学校には
Urabe committed all the murders. Wait, Ayumi's at the school right now.
学校へ行ってみよう
I need to get to the school right away. Also, I should call the detective and say, since the police are looking for him.
あ
Oh,
ゆみちゃん日比野先生
Ayumi, Mr. Hibino.
どうしたの？そんなに慌てて。
What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?
あゆみちゃん校長先生を見かけなかった
Ayumi, have you seen the principal?
学校にはもう私と日比野先生しかいないはずよ。
I think the only people in the school right now are me and Mr.
で
Hibino.
も教室でテストを受けてたし、
But I
わ
don't
から
know
な
for
いけ
sure
ど。
because I was taking a test in the classroom.
日比野先生。
校長
Mr. Hibino was with me the entire time, so I don't think he knows
ま
either.
だ出張から戻られていないよ
The principal hasn't returned from his business trip.
校長は出張先にいませんでしたそして
He wasn't he wasn't where he said he would be, and
ついさっき僕のとこ
a
ろ
moment ago,
校長が学校にいると誰かから電話があったんです
someone called me saying he's at the school.
とにかく校長室へ行ってみましょう
At any rate, let's check his office first.
内側から鍵がかかってる
It's locked from inside. Dog.
校長
Principal.
校長先生。
Principal? Or she didn't stutter. Principal? Oh my gosh, him too? It appears to be a fresh wound, but it's too late. There's an envelope on the desk. This is... I've done many things in my life that I regret, both as an educator and a human being. I abused my authority and status to help Genjiro's cons until he got in my way. 15 years ago on November 10th, I stabbed him to death with a knife. To my surprise, Shinobu Asakawa was at his house when that happened. Having witnessed the entire scene, she ran out of the house. I chased her in my car, hit her, and fled from the scene with her body in my car. 15 years later, two people found out my secret. One was Yoko Kojima. For some reason, she started investigating the case and discovered everything I did. The other was Goro Kaneda. Goro saw me driving away on the night I killed Genjiro, and 15 years later, he recognized me and began threatening me. My worst nightmare was for my misdeeds to be revealed, which is why I killed those two as well. Foolishly, it was until after their deaths that I realized it was all over. Fate was no longer on my side. I couldn't keep hiding everything. I can't believe it took me so long to see it. It's shameful. I want to apologize to everyone who trusted me and honored me. I let you down. This is the only way I could apologize for my actions, Tadashi Urabe. Is that real? I don't... Is that... This can't be! Urabe committed all the crimes and killed himself. Oh wait, he called us? So that call was from him? The principal!
先生、あとは警察に任せましょう。僕が連絡をしておきます。
Mr. Hibino, let's have the police take care of this. I'll contact them.
嘘だ! 校長は人殺しなんかじゃない!
No, he's not the murderer. This isn't right.
全て嘘だ! なぜなら
Because it's me. Okay.
本当はみんな俺が殺したからだ!
I killed everybody. Okay, one. I was gonna say it didn't make sense. What? You guys, you messed up everything. Mr. Hibino? If only Genjiro hadn't shown up, my dad wouldn't have had to have suffered. I'm sorry. If only Genjiro hadn't shown up, my dad wouldn't have had to suffer. Or Shinobu. That day, when I got that final call from my missing father, I decided to kill Genjiro and myself. I called the principal to say goodbye, and then I stabbed him. But then Shinobu saw, by the way, I was like, it doesn't make sense for the principal's admission to make sense, because he says he hit Shinobu with his car. But she was like seen standing up in the hallway in the girl's dream, or not dream, in the girl's recollections. I didn't think it was him. I was suspicious from the beginning. But then Shinobu showed up and saw me and Genjiro covered in blood. Unless does he? I don't know. You killed him. And she ran out of the house. I stood there in shock. Wait, does she get hit by a car? But when I heard a screech of car brakes, I came to my senses. What? Oh no! Wait, then how is she seen standing up in the hallway? Were they like Bernie. Weekend at Bernie's? There we go. Were they Weekend at Bernie's her? Yeah. In front of the house, there was a black car, and Shinobu's body was on the ground. The principal had raced over to stop me after I called him, only to hit Shinobu as she rushed outside. After that, we brought Shinobu's body to the school in his car. He took us to one of the classrooms, made me change clothes, and then went somewhere else. I hated getting the principal and Shinobu involved in my problems. Then I glanced over at Shinobu's body. Wait, but she wasn't there. She was standing in front of a window, trying to say something. She had only been unconscious. Okay, alright. That clears that up. I looked outside, and there was a girl walking by. She was facing away from me. I was afraid she'd see us. I panicked. And the next thing I knew, Shinobu's body was on the ground next to a shattered vase. This time, she didn't get up. I got so scared, I couldn't help but run home. The next morning, after a sleepless night, the first thing I did was go see the principal. He said, "Forget about it. Nothing happened." Principal saved me. Yet Goro had the nerve to blackmail him. That stinking scumbag. I should have killed him earlier. Now. Ayumi, this way. Oh, okay. Is this gonna go into first person mode? Wait, not that way. Shoot. A dead end. The music. Yeah, his voice acting is really good. What do we do, Jet? Is she gonna show up behind him? That night, Kojima told me to meet her in front of that mirror. Mr. Hibino, you killed someone a long time ago, didn't you? She said that. Her face looked exactly like Shinobu's. I was terrified. I couldn't help but say, yes! I'm the one who killed you 15 years ago. Without realizing it, I had wrapped my hands around her neck. That must have been a very confusing last words to hear. That's horrible. I didn't mean to kill her. I left her there and fled home. But her body was found along the riverbank. Why? She died right there. It doesn't matter anymore. No one else knows about my secret. Except for... Ooh! You two. if you hadn't nosed your way into this, the principal wouldn't have had to die. If only you. But now I need to kill you. Oh boy. Watch out. Mr. Soul Creek, where are you? Oh. I think more than that. I would like to say I mean, terrible plastering job, right? But this is also, wait, this is inside the school. Still, terrible plastering job. He just stabbed the mirror and the whole wall crumbled? I don't know. Shinobu!
大丈夫か?
Are you okay?
先生
Detective!
これは
This is...
あの日、陽子が言った私の後ろって
The mirror was covering the hole, technically. That day, what Yoko meant was...
鏡に映った
Behind my
私の後ろ
reflection.
という意味だった
Behind the mirror. I will say... Okay, Yoko, you could be a little bit more clear with your communication. You could be just a teensy bit more clear and less puzzling. But we'll let that slide. She's no longer with us. It's kind of a very nitpicky of me. Yoko's so deductive, but also, why? Ayumi! Oh, Ayumi fainted. She fainted, and I carried her away from the horrific scene. You did a great job, Jet.
君がいたからこそこの事件を解決できたんだよ。
This case wouldn't have been solved without you.
そして僕たちは事件を語り合った。
And then we started to go over the case.
鏡の裏から日比野の学生服と凶器のナイフが見つかったよ。
Hibino's school uniform and a knife were found inside the wall behind the mirror.
忍が旧校舎ではなく鏡の裏の壁に隠されていたとは。
I always thought her body was in the wall of the old school building, not behind the mirror.
浦部校長が田崎の道具で隠したようだね。
It seems that Principal Urabe used Tazaki's tools to hide them.
川へ捨てたのも校長だったようですね。
Oh, that's interesting. It turns out that he was also the one who disposed of Yoko's body at the riverside. Interesting.
日比野の犯罪が明るみに出れば、浦部の過去も明らかになる。
If Hibino's crimes were revealed, Urabe's past would be revealed as well.
過失とはいえ、忍を死なせてしまった事実が表沙汰になるのを恐れた。
Even though it was an accident, Urabe was afraid of Shinobu's death coming to light.
忍は確か日比野が花瓶で叩いたために。
But wasn't it only after Hibino hit her with a vase that she died?
ああ。
Well,
日比野は忍の頭を花瓶で殴ったと言って、
although Hibino insists that he hit her with a vase,
それほど強く殴れば頭蓋骨にひびが入ると警察は言っている。
the police say that they would have found a crack in her skull if that was truly
忍
the
の
case.
頭にはそれらしい跡が全くないんだ。
But no such injury was found during the
やは
autopsy.
り浦部校長が跳ねた時、彼女はすでに死んでいたようだね。
So it's more likely that she died when Urabe hit her with his car.
でもあの夜学校に来た葉山先生が見たのは。
But then, how do you explain what Miss Hayama saw that night?
息を吹き返した忍
Does
以
that
外
mean
に
that Shinobu woke back up?
確かに不思議な話だ。さらにわからないのが、
You have a point. It's rather strange. What's more,
浦部が金田の詐欺に手を貸した事実がなかったことだ。なぜあんなことを？
we found no evidence proving Urabe's involvement with Genjiro's schemes. Why would he say such a thing?
ああ、そうそう。
Oh,
君に
I
紹
almost
介する
forgot.
人がいるんだ。
I want to introduce you to someone. Is it Ayumi? Our new co-detective? Ayumi!
彼女は今日から我々の仲間だ。
She's joining our agency as an assistant, just like you, starting today.
本当ですか、先生?
Really, detective?
ああ。
Yep.
しっかり面倒を見てやってくれよ。
You better look after her.
わざわざ僕が言うまでも
Well,
ないか。
I know you will. Haha!
先輩、よろしくお願いします。
I'll do my best, absolute best, sir. Hee hee. She didn't laugh like that. Sir? Oh, wow. Likewise.
これからよろしくお願いします。
よろしくね。
Thanks, Jet.
私が不思議だったのは、陽子が事件について知りすぎていたこと。
What I don't understand is how Yoko knew so much about the incident.
まるで彼女の体に忍さんがいたみたいに。
It was as if Shinobu was possessing her soul.
ところで先
Life in
生、
motion!
日比野先生の様子はどうなんですか?
By the way, how's Mr. Hibino doing?
彼は長い悪夢から解き放たれたようだ。
Seems
とても落ち着いているよ。
It seems he's awakened from a long nightmare. His condition has
やっ
stabilized
と
now.
本来の自分を取り戻したのかもしれないね。
No more hiding, no more secrets. He can finally be his true self.
そういえば、あの万年筆は一体何だったんですか?
By the way, did we ever figure out the fountain pen connection?
あれは日比野が大学へ入学した時に浦部から送
Ah,
ら
I
れ
was
たものらし
close.
い。
I was close. Urabe gave it to him as a gift, though I said it was when he left town. But when he went into university.
日比野が肌身離さず大切に持っていたものだそうだよ。
Hibino treasured it and carried it with him at all times.
でも、その頃には名字は日比野になっていたはずだから。
But his last name was Hibino by the time he started
イニシャ
university.
ルは TH じゃなきゃ変ですよね。
The initial should have been TH, right?
名字が変わったことを浦部が忘れていたと言ってたそうだよ。
Apparently, Urabe had forgotten that his last name changed.
さて、そういうことで。
Anyway, let's call it a day and...
あゆみちゃん、どこかで美味しいものを食べようか。
How about we go have a
ごちそうするよ。
celebration dinner, Ayumi? On me.
はい、お供します。
Yes, I would love to.
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。
Wait for me.
その結果。
Wait. I accidentally hit the L button, which apparently speeds things up. Did not realize. Later, the secret... wait. Wait for me. Later,
万年筆に秘められた謎は
the secret behind the fountain pen was
明
revealed.
らかとなった。
Urabe...
浦部校長は自分の命に変えても守ろうとしたのだ。
Wait. Urabe was trying to protect his own son, even if it killed him. The son he brought into this world. Worried about raising a child as a single parent, he entrusted his son to a childless couple who he knew at the time, the Uchidas.
不幸な道をたどってしまった我が息子。
But as a result, his son led a difficult life.
彼は万年筆に刻まれた TU というイニシャルにこんな気持ちを密かに込めて送ったに違いない。
The TU initials on the fountain pen must have been a secret message from Urabe to his son.
日々の達也にではなく
The gift was for
達也
Tatsuya Urabe, and not Tatsuya Hibino.
そう彼の
A gift
本当の息子へ
for his very own son. Damn, Economy Tech Club! The girl who stands behind! We did it! Very exciting. Yes, cat jams, please. Can we get some cat jams? I mean, it is a bop, first of all. It is a bop. Dang, okay. So, lol, I just joined, but looks like I missed it. Yeah, we just finished it. Just finished it. 10 out of 10 game. This was, I mean, very well done. I mean, I love these games. I really wish, yesterday I mentioned, I don't know if the music's too loud, but it is a good song, so it doesn't matter. I did mention, that Nintendo sent me one of those, like, wow, this was much better than I expected. It's very good. And if you haven't played, or you didn't watch the Missing Air playthrough, you can either watch the VOD or pick up the game yourself. Though, this is technically the second game, even though it's a prequel, but, music is so good. So good. Thank you for this 10 bits, Runner. I appreciate it. Nintendo sent me one of those, like, surveys after I played The Missing Air, and they said, you know, what did you like this game? Would you recommend it? What, you know, tell us your thoughts. What was good about the game? What was bad about it? I think I gave it a 9 out of 10, and I said, 1, I would love more games in the series, despite it only having 2 older games. I would love if they made more. I was like, I think Ayumi is a cool character, and like they should do more with that. I would love to see that. I think I said my only complaint was that it was a little clunky, and that there are some quality of life updates that they should do to make the times where you get stuck so much easier. They need to make a thing. Even if there was like a button that was like even if they didn't fix it, but they just made a button so where if you pressed it, it would like highlight the next option you're supposed to do. That would be like amazing. When they asked for more info, I was like, please give us more. I would love more. Oh my gosh, there's so much music happening. For completing such a good game, Runner. Thank you for the fist bump, everyone. Thanks for being here and hanging out and cheering us on. If you'd like a fist bump, go ahead and punch the screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam! Thanks for being here. Thank you. War! Also, welcome in. Gosh, that was intense. I'm glad you finally finished. I'm gonna head off to bed. Emmers, have a good one. I have questions. There are some questions that they kind of leave. Oh, 2 years later, it says. Hold on. Oh, this is this would be where the Missing Error maybe begins. Utsugi Detective Agency. How may I help you? My name is Zenzo Tanabe. I work for the Ayashiro family in Myojin Village. I would like you to investigate a case.
明神村綾代ですね。今から伺います。
Myojin Village, Ayashiro family. Sure, I'll be there right away.
あゆみちゃん、出かけてくるよ。
Hey Ayumi, I'm taking off.
どこへ行くのよ?
Where to, Jet? Famicom Detective Club. The Missing Heir. To be continued. Wait, it's so weird because this is the second game that came out. Why would they? I mean, I guess you can play it in any order, maybe, but that doesn't seem right. Oh, well done, Jet Avocado. Did you have fun? Now then, let's give you a personality assessment based on how you've conducted your investigation. Wait, say what now? You're somewhat composed, but you also seem to have a kind side. Next up, you're usually pretty relaxed and are able to make good decisions when it matters. Does that sound right? Also, you seem like a very focused person. And with that, this little personality test is complete. How was the experience? The accuracy of this assessment is not guaranteed. Finally, let me check your compatibility with your partner, Ayumi Tachibana. What is this? Oh, wait, what? Hello, Jet. Are things going well with Ayumi? You know, I always kind of had a little crush on you, Jet. Could you tell? Wait, but you just met me. If things don't work out with Ayumi, maybe the two of us could get together? Haha, I'm only kidding. You better treat Ayumi right. See ya. Okay, wait, hold on. Save that. Wait, oof, this is how people get in trouble. Wait. What was that last bit? First of all, that's confusing. We got the same hearts? I wonder if it's like in this playthrough. Because I feel like I never... Well, you can get different endings? Interesting. That, like, I guess based on what you choose, will you be posting these up on YouTube? I will. Most of them, I will be posting on YouTube. I've looked that last bit up. Someone had to run a program to fill up the heart gauge. It's that unpredictable, I guess. Wait, so does it mean, like, is it random, or did they say, like, the different solutions? Because I don't think I got any of the... Oh, no, actually, well, I think there was one question that I had to answer twice. But besides that, I don't think that would have been it, unless there's like I should have asked Ayumi something and I skipped it or didn't. They only showed the ending part, so I don't know about how to reach that route. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. I will say the like detective assessment is the most general thing I've ever heard. Interesting. That was completely unexpected. I did have some questions though. Like, why did Principal Urabe admit to... I've seen 4 endings. Oh, so they're like Glarbach, without spoiling it. Just that last bit where Ayumi, like the Ayumi rating stuff, or like the confession bits? Because that's interesting. Because my question is, why did Urabe admit to working with just the rating stuff? Okay. To protect Hibino, I guess? That's why he admit to the whole plot? To protect him? But, okay. Didn't Hibino just confess to killing Urabe? Or did Urabe actually kill himself? To protect Hibino, I guess. That's why he admit to the whole plot, to protect him. He also lost his wife and son. Or did... Well... Hibino's the only guy he has. But Hibino is his son. Which I guess, I mean, like, that makes sense why he would want to protect him. But... for a second I thought... Well, I guess... Oh, right. No, I guess he did kill himself because Ayumi said that... Hibino was in the classroom the entire time. Exactly, Balto. Exactly. Oh, that's so interesting. By the way, everyone, Balto is the only person who has this emote unlocked, so it's perfect. Oh, by the way, I'm wearing one of my new shirts. FYI. Fun times. It sucks that it wasn't fully disclosed, honestly. Yeah, I will say, the last little bit's a little hazy. It's like, we just learned so much right there at the end. Yeah, I'm confused how that happened. And I guess they're maybe trying to leave a little bit of mystery. Like, if... Like, there's kind of like a, oh, could it have been that she was actually a ghost or something was weird because they can't find the vase that broke, or that Hibino said he broke on her head. But I think at that point he has no reason to lie, is kind of my thought. He has no reason to lie about that. So I kind of believe him that that's actually what happened. But I think it makes a little bit of a... like a, ooh, perhaps she was a ghost, maybe. I don't know. I will say, I don't believe, and maybe it doesn't matter because he's dead anyways, and this is how the case ended. Unless there are like, so if I play again, if there's like a little tweak or something, like if I do something different, maybe something new will come about. I'll have to look that up. I kind of don't believe that he was responsible for, or that there was no evidence, like the detective said. Even though in his letter he admitted to those things, there's no evidence that he did, that he was partnered with Kaneda. And I think that makes more sense than if he was. And I would at least say I like that better because it didn't seem like there was much evidence of that beforehand. Like, there was no mention that they knew each other, unless there are like really subtle hints that we missed, which is possible. But it kind of seemed like, yeah, like, I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. I don't think... I don't know. But what did you guys think? Did you... what? So you said, Tot, that this one was your favorite one? I'm curious now. Early stands. It made me use my brain more, therefore I like. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh! Okay. Case 1 was too easy. Knew it was either Kanda or Amachi just because of the process of elimination. I think I like... Well, I wasn't technically too wrong with this one. I liked the first one, I think, because you could deduce like a... Well, this to this to this to this makes sense. I like that when you can kind of figure it out beforehand. I will say this one kept me guessing for sure because it was so unclear, which makes it interesting. Though I like the I like trying to be able to figure it out before they tell me. I feel like they gave us a ton of information on the very back end of things, which is like, I wish we could have found out, I don't know, something before all that. Okay, I saw someone say this, which is interesting. I think, and I remember, so this person says that the ending itself doesn't change. That like the routes and stuff, it's always the same. But you can do some things to change your heart rating at the end. It says, so far I've gotten a 19 out of 20. I'm kind of at a dead end where it comes to the last heart. I tried answering this question on the SNES version, yet I came to a dead end there too. Here are a few things I found that may or may not carry over. Ask Ayumi's alibi after everything else. Never show her Yoko's ID. Look for Ayumi at the front of the building near the end of Chapter 5 while looking for a place to speak with Mrs. Hayama. Your method of cheering her up in Chapter 6 shouldn't matter. Show Ayumi her picture during or after Chapter 7. Don't pressure Hitomi too much. Don't forget to meet Ayumi in the art room in Chapter 8. Go to the art room first in Chapter 9 and check that Ayumi's doing okay. Interact with the student here as little as possible. Talk about the man once, Ayumi twice, Hitomi once, then leave. She won't ask you to walk her home then. If anyone can disprove that these help with the score, please let me know. One thing I'm not sure about is how you should talk to the art girl. There are various things that can go on while you talk to her. You can barely interact with her, look at her painting, or make her mad by either asking about the girl who stands behind too many times or checking her out. I'm not sure which of these leads to the best outcome in the end, as so many things can happen. Some things that definitely affect the personality test are how smart you are. I don't think the secret game over, or I don't know what that means. There are certain moments where you definitely shouldn't check out Ayumi. I don't even know what that... Oh, is that by examine? Is that what they mean? As for how smart you are, that comes down to the fill-in-the-blank minigames, which I think I did all of those correctly. There's a possibility getting one wrong hurts your score, but I'm not sure. But someone said they found where the last heart was, I guess. Or the last thing. They said... let's see. I'm sure the big things that tip the scale are being as efficient with the case as possible. I found out at the end of Chapter 3 you can think before you leave, which allows you to go to Yoko's house early in Chapter 4. And in Chapter 8, you can look at the picture of Shinobu while Mr. Komada is still in the art room, so he doesn't get mad and go to the bathroom. But for some reason, I don't think any translator has taken this into account, because the scene that follows goes on as usual, as if Komada actually didn't leave. I think the mirror scene in Chapter 2, you should try showing Ayumi Yoko's ID, but then decide not to when prompted, which I think I showed her the ID, if I recall. I think I did, which maybe that was it. Like, if I should have not shown her the ID. Other than all of that, everything mentioned above should apply. If not, please let me know. One more thing to add is that if you talk to Komada about Ayumi at the beginning of Chapter 9 and you get a positive interaction where Ayumi mentions she likes being around you, then that means you should have a really good score, like 18 or higher. Yeesh! I mean, it doesn't seem worth it to go back and do that. By the way, this was all on the GameFAQs forums. It doesn't seem worth it to go behind, like, to go back and, like, try to complete that. Seems like a lot. But anyway. I do want to see that special cutscene, though. But yes, not worth it. Unless it, like... Because there's no, yeah, okay, yeah, there's no, like, chapter select or anything, so it's not like you can just cut to those specific moments. You kind of have to replay the entire game again. Where's the... Okay, hold on. Was this a song? Yeah. Oh. I guess you have to keep it here. Anyway, I will say I loved these games though. Super fun overall, like, and I think one thing that I enjoyed a lot was like the art style and stuff. It was really cool. It was very well done. I wish there were more. I wish there were more, and I'm sad when I looked it up that there were only 2 previous games. It made me really sad. It made me really sad to know that. Because I was hoping this was going to be like, they're just releasing the first 2 games now, and then if it does well, they'll release the other ones. But not the case. There are no other games. I hope that... I would totally love it if another company, or the same company, wrote some new entries into the franchise. I think that would be amazing. Hopefully that's something that we see. Hyped to see you play the Ace Attorney trilogy. That one's really good. Not super biased at all. 100 out of 10. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think what we'll do is I'm gonna purchase it sometime this week and then have it ready for the weekend for the next Jet Lounge, because I've really enjoyed having these mysteries. I think they're a lot of fun. They kind of exercise your brain, try to see if you can uncover something. I've always wanted to be a private detective, and so this feeds into that. But anyway, thank you guys so much for being here, though. I think today we are just going to end. But man, this was so much fun. Let's see. Before we go, let me just read out a few things that happened today. Runner, thank you so much for the bits. I think wow. Okay, let's see. That's okay. 15, 26. 36 bits, Runner. Thank you so much for all of that. Irish, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. And Mickey DTV, also thank you for the raid. And Tot, thank you so much for the $10 earlier, the $10 donation. Ridiculous. You're so generous, and I really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. You didn't have to do that. But I will 100% put that towards the Phoenix Wright trilogy, or Ace Attorney trilogy. That's what it's called. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Yeah, Gilmore, it's almost been 6 hours. I know. This is a lot. I feel like you never know how long those chapters are going to, take. For the Boba, Justice, and Phoenix Wright, for sure. At least I feel appreciated. Yeah, it's weird that that happened, but I feel like the chapter lengths are so random. You never know how long the chapter's gonna take, because I was like, 3 chapters, easy peasy. We'll be able to knock that out in no time. But no, they were all very long. I'm glad we did not stay and try to complete those yesterday. Because we would have been there, oh my gosh, we would have been there forever. Granted, we chatted here for like almost an hour, like 45 minutes or something like that. I think 30 to 45 minutes. Took a small break for me to go get my boba, but besides that, that was it. I blame the boba rant. Same. But it still took us a while to get through that. So even if you cut that off, that means we still played for like 4 hours, a little bit more than 4 hours. And if you cut down some of my like theorizing, about 4-ish hours. But that still would have been like a 10-hour stream or something. It'd have been super long yesterday, so I'm glad we didn't do that, because we would have been here forever. Man. Well, thank you guys so much for being here today. This week, I think we're going to play Animal Crossing. We'll play some Skyrim. throughout the week. I don't know if we'll play anything else. I've had Age of Calamity on my mind because I wanted to play through the end, like some of the end game stuff, but I think I'm gonna just do that on my own time, and then maybe play more of Age of Calamity when the DLCs come out. But there are a couple of indie games that have been on my mind, and since Jet Lounges might be kind of like mystery time for the next foreseeable bit, might throw some indie games kind of in the mix just as I'm feeling it. So we'll see. But thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out. I'm hoping more mystery games start to release on the Switch. That way we've got plenty of mystery to be had. But these were so good. These were so good. I will be posting these up on YouTube if you guys want to watch them again, or if somebody has missed it and is only here now, you'll be able to see it again. But anyway, we'll go ahead and end here. But thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I will be playing Apex with Tank Media Games in like 6 hours. Most of you guys will probably be asleep, but if not, I will see you there. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I'll be back tomorrow. Gilmore, happy early birthday. Hopefully we'll see you around tomorrow. And if not, and you're celebrating, I hope you have a wonderful day. But all right, we will end here. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. Really appreciate whether you're chatting, you're lurking, whatever. The bits, the follows, raids, donations, everything. It means so much to me, and yeah, it just means a lot. So thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I hope to talk to you guys again later. Join the Discord if you haven't. We will see you there. But have a good one. Bye-bye!